Go.
Well, good evening, everyone. It is election night, November 5th, 2024. I'm Guy Page. I'm the editor of the Vermont Daily Chronicle. We're here on VDCTV's live election night coverage. I'm here with our host and social media director, Paul Bean. Paul, how you doing?
A little nervous, Guy, but as always, excited to be here.
Nervous because we're in the new studio, right?
Well, nervous because we're in the new studio and a little, election night, right? A little nerves, a little excitement. I can't help it. I'm just like any other person, right?
That's right. We just had a candidate in here, a Barrie House candidate, who was saying, I don't know if I've won or not. And if I have, you'll see me all smiles in half an hour. And if I haven't won, I'm going home. So really, we're in that moment right now where we just don't really know much, but we will tell you what we do know, and we'll tell you how we know it so that you can follow along at home. The Vermont Secretary of State's page, just Google Vermont Secretary of State and hit on the Election Division tab, and then when you get to the election page, you'll see a tab that says Election Results. Click on that. In fact, Paul, could you do that for us, please?
Sure. You want me to show the screen right now?
Yeah. Show
Absolutely. The screen. Here we are, folks. This is where, if you are looking to find election results, you need to go to electionresults.vermont.gov. And honestly, what you're best off, where it's probably going to take you if you search this, is it's going to take you to the Secretary of State's website. And this is what it looks like, and you're going to want to click here. Eventually, you'll have a few different tabs. You'll have to click through to get to election results, and then you'll get here, and you're going to want to click 2024 general election results, and then it'll bring you to a page that looks something like this. Right now, only 8% of towns reporting, 20 out of 247. That'll change quickly as we go on. Guy, are you seeing something different?
Yes. Paul, I'm looking at our Vermont Daily Chronicle Facebook page.
Yes.
And I'm right now not seeing our live stream. Am I supposed to be seeing our live stream?
Yeah, you are. There we go. I just added it. It looks like...
So I'll refresh here.
It looks like some of the streams I tried to set up. We have quite a few of them here logged in that I needed to mess around with them a little bit. So we should be all set there now, Guy.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out.
So how? Because I'm looking at it, Paul, and I'm not seeing it.
Well, it should be there now. It takes a second.
Okay.
It should be there.
So impatient.
I know.
So where else can people find us tonight?
Well, hopefully, if they found us, they're watching somewhere on Twitter, or they're watching on our Facebook page, which is now live. You're also live on 802 Scoop. We are also live on CreamyCast VDCTV on our YouTube page. So
very good. So, Paul, could you please again put up the Vermont Secretary of State's election page?
Yeah, sure. There we go. We do. Here it is. So if you like I said, we're only at 8% of the towns reporting at this time. It's still only 739. But these results will start to roll in pretty quickly. My guess, and Guy, you can probably tell me if I'm wrong, but my guess is that we are probably going to know a lot of the local elections fairly quickly. We'll know the lieutenant governor's race. It looks like the governor's race is pretty much decided already.
I got to say, Paul, I barely covered the governor's race, even though, of course, it's the most important office, just because it's a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
Who's going to win this? Esther Charleston, I met her, I actually went to a Christian movie and saw her there, met her and her husband. She's delightful, very pleasant lady, but really not compared to running against Phil Scott. Her numbers are starting to show it here. We're looking at right now Phil Scott with 74.6, Esther Charleston with 18.97 of the vote. And I don't expect that to change an awful lot. Sure, Chittenden County really hasn't reported yet, and one expect that she will do better there. But she'll probably do the usual 30 to 35% that people who run against Phil Scott get. So we're not going to be talking an awful lot about that race. However, and if you could bring us, Paul,
sure.
Click where it says governor, click on click on that and go to Lieutenant Governor, this is the main race that we're watching. We're also will be watching in depth all of the 11 Senate races, 11 county Senate races, and some fascinating stuff going on there. A few early returns that we will have to give you. But first, let's look at the Lieutenant Governor's race, where we have John Rogers, former Democrat, now Republican, running against incumbent David Zuckerman, former progressive, now Democrat, or actually Prog Dem. He is on the ballot, and with only 20 towns reporting, and about close to 20,000 votes, we do see John Rogers with a basically 50-42 spread. So, for what it's worth, an early lead for John Rogers with 20 towns reporting.
It's pretty early.
It's extremely early.
I actually just had people texting me about it. They're seeing the same results right now. They're like, look at John Rogers. He's in the lead. He's in the lead. It's like, guys, we got some time to go.
You know, let's Chittenden County.
Yeah.
Chittenden County. Oh, yeah. Chittenden County. Okay, that's really where it's at. But Lieutenant Governor, you know, a lot of people say, well, it's just a ceremonial job. That is not true at all. The Lieutenant Governor, besides moderating Senate floor meetings, he casts the tiebreaker if there's a tie, sits on the three-person committee, the Committee on Committees, that chooses committee chairs and members, and that's, you know, extremely influential. Who the chair, deciding who the chairs are, and he's also the acting governor anytime the governor is out of state or is not able to perform the job, and of course, as Howard Dean found out one morning, if the governor dies or resigns or is otherwise unable to serve, he becomes the full-time governor. So, very important job. And John Rogers, I've seen something really interesting here that I don't remember ever seeing, which is not only a popular incumbent governor buying his own advertising on behalf of the lieutenant governor candidate, but also a former governor of the same of different parties endorsing him. Peter Shumlin endorsing him, Phil Scott buying him ads, even the Greg Thayer, who put out a comment saying, well, you know, really this wasn't a MAGA endorsement, this was just me talking. But Greg Thayer of Rutland, former lieutenant governor candidate, a fairly significant sort of figure within the Vermont Conservatives, came out and endorsed Phil Scott anyway, and so we're looking at a lot of support for John Rogers. The only question is, you know, is it gonna translate? Paul, have you had any discussions at all with the Rogers campaign the last few days?
Well,
any sense of things?
I actually have. I did speak with somebody close to Rogers, and I've spoken with Rogers in the past week and a half, 2 weeks or so. Mm-hmm. But I haven't spoken with anybody. Well, I have spoken with somebody since they received the Governor Shumlin endorsement, and it's a kind of a big deal. And I have it on a pretty good source, Guy. I don't know. I didn't mention this. I didn't tell you this last week. I meant to mention this on Friday at 4. But I have it on a pretty good source that they're even backdoor being supported by Howard Dean in some ways.
Wow.
Who is kind of a larger figure, obviously, in the Vermont Democratic
Party. So clearly,
Party.
lot of good support.
Yeah.
So let's. I want to tell you a couple things first, just about the election itself, before we get into some of the Senate results.
We went to a press conference today with Secretary of State Sarah Copeland-Hanzas, and one of the first things he said was, you may have heard that there are nationwide there are some real threats to elections. There's distributed denial of service, I believe is what it's called. Basically, a huge computer attack that makes it so the computers just can't work. There's swatting with fake 911 calls on polling places, bomb threats, foreign actors doing things, and
so far, and I checked at 6:45, I emailed my contact at the Secretary of State's office. None of those have happened in Vermont. We have had very smooth running elections so far in Vermont. So good news, and of course the polls all closed at 7. The justices of the peace are counting all the write-ins and all that sort of thing. But we had a good, smooth election. Now, as far as turnout goes, the biggest turnout ever for a presidential election in Vermont was 2020, 370,000 votes. Huge turnout. I think that was 75 plus. Sarah Copeland Hansen says she's kind of hoping for something in that territory. Maybe not quite that big, but a good turnout. And I could see that happening because I'm a justice of the peace up for the town of Berlin. And my job this afternoon was checking off voters as they came in. And I'm looking at page after page. And it seems like I left at 10 to 5, and it seems that 90% of the voters had voted. I'm sure it wasn't that high, but there's been a really strong turnout, I know, in Berlin, and we're hearing statewide that there is too. Another little bit of news. Paul, you got... Okay. I'm waiting calls on the phone.
No, I'm not on the phone, guy.
You go right along here. I'm just getting some word that you have an echo, and I'm trying to figure out why. I'm not exactly sure, but it could have something to do with that, but it shouldn't have anything to do with that.
If we turn that off, would it be the end of the world?
The speaker?
The speaker?
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't matter.
I would say give that a try. Just click it right off.
Sure.
So the bit of news I have for you here is, as I was leaving the Berlin town office, there's Channel 3, Ike Ben David. Channel 5, our buddy Steve, the State House reporter. And they're all lined up with their cameras and everything, and they're about to go live right at 5 o'clock. And the reason they're there is the governor showed up was about to show up to vote. And to finally tell everyone who Phil Scott voted for president. Well, as it turns out, PPR has reported that Phil Scott says he voted for Kamala Harris.
Oh, my goodness,
Oh,
guys.
come on, editorial opinion now, Paul. Well,
What a clown.
Right.
What a clown. Get it? Are you kidding me?
Okay. Time out. So anyway, he voted for Kamala Harris, and his reasoning was the country needs to be united. He says Donald Trump is the last person who could possibly do that. Kamala Harris, I don't know, maybe she could. Who knows? So he says that's why he voted for her. Said he gave it a lot of thought. So anyway, that's one vote for Kamala Harris. Now, speaking of which, we can also look on the Secretary of State's page, folks. Following along at home, you can look at the presidential vote in Vermont as well, even town by town. And so far, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, 60.47. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, 35.08. Now that's a little bit more like the 2016 results so far anyway. And a little better than the roughly 30 to 31% that he took in 2020. Now some of these towns, these are mostly all rural towns. Again, Chittenden County just hasn't shown up in any way yet. I do want to take a look at a couple of. I want to go over to the Senate races now, because we may have some the beginnings of some results here. Let's see.
I'm seeing results from Addison County.
Okay. Well, let me do the Grand Isle ones first. Here, without Colchester reporting. Okay. Colchester. It's a weird district. It's the huge town of Colchester and the very small county of Grand Isle. And usually Colchester, that's where the votes are. So what we have now is, with a lot of Grand Isle County reporting, we have Andy Julo with 53%, Pat Brennan with about 45%. Andy Julo is the Democrat from Grand Isle County. Pat Brennan is the Republican from Colchester, in many ways, the hoped-for successor to Dick Mazza, who also was a Mallets Bay resident, the way Pat Brennan is. So, not surprisingly, Grand Isle County has come out fairly strongly so far for Andy Julo, the Democrat from Grand Isle County. But Colchester has not yet reported. And that will be very interesting when that happens.
Addison County, you mentioned. Can you put that up on the screen?
Yeah, I got a little excited, guy. I can, but it's looking like only one of 25 towns are reporting, and it does appear that Stephen Hefferman is in the lead. Not exactly sure what's going to take, how long it's going to take there. And I just want to say quickly, folks, it went away. The echo has gone away. Everything's sounding better now. To be honest with everyone who's paying attention, who's watching, there's nothing I did on my end. There might be something internet-wise, maybe on your end, my end. It could be a mix of both, so bear with us. We do have quite a few people watching, more than usual, so we've experienced issues like this before. So just hang in there, guys, and hopefully maybe we can try to get this figured out. No, Chris Badley says laptop mic is on. No laptop mic. Actually, we're running this on a couple of desktops, so hopefully we can figure this out. But I'm hearing now that the sound is good, so just let us know.
Okay.
But back to anyway. Sorry, folks. Just wanted to do that.
No problem. We
Big Siege writes in Russian interference. Hopefully,
no, I don't think so.
Not here in Barrie, Vermont. But
who knows? But not. It's more just we're just trying to figure out this studio. That's all this is.
That's right.
So Addison County, one town reporting, one of 25 towns, the little town of Leicester. It looks like Leicester, but it's pronounced Leicester by the folks down there. And good start, I suppose, for the Republicans. Steve Heffernan and Lando Cochran. 30%, basically handily beating Ruth Hardy and Chris Bray. Not necessarily predicting a big win there based on those numbers. So you have early Addison County right now trending Republican, okay? When was the last time you heard that, right? So let's go down the counties here. Bennington County. Hey, this is pretty interesting. Again, only one town reporting. You know, it's hard to get all excited. I'm trying to figure out which town it is. Let's see. If you run your cursor over the towns, the towns that are reported will show up, which is kind of cool. The town of says Wyndham, which is odd that it's, anyway, I'm sorry, I can't figure out which town. But Seth Bongartz, who's a representative, former state senator, who is now running for senator again, is narrowly ahead of Joe Gervais, the Republican. Again, you know, just one town reporting. A very small percentage of the votes for that town for that county are in Bennington County. But you have you have Joe Gervais, who, thing about Bennington County is they have had two incumbents. Brian Campion, who chose to not run, and Dick Sears, who passed away. So really, this, generally speaking, very blue county is kind of wide open. And Joe Gervais kind of came out of nowhere and said, I'm going to run. He's been running hard. And, I don't know. Will his message resonate? I guess we'll see. Other counties. Caledonia County. Here we have one town reporting, the town of Groton, a typically fairly conservative town, is 61% for Scott Beck, 35% for Amanda Cochran. Scott Beck is the Republican member of the House of Representatives in St. Johnsbury. Amanda Cochran is a nonprofit executive. And it's a lot of people think Scott Beck has a pretty good chance of winning Caledonia County. At least in the town of Groton anyway, he's off to a good start. Let's see. Let's go to Chittenden County now.
Sure.
Oh, this is a very interesting return. This
Chittenden
is a
County.
very interesting return.
Okay.
This is the Chittenden Southeast.
Yes. Got it.
Thank you. And what you're looking at here is there are three incumbents: Thomas Chittenden, Ginny Lyons, and Keisha Ram Hinsdale. Bruce Roy is a Republican who has been running hard and is right now, again, with just one of 11 towns reporting, he is in second place. And Rohan St. Marth running in fifth. But I do know for a fact that Bruce Roy has been campaigning really hard, and I had heard from a Democrat that some internal polls had him showing, placing neck and neck with the number 3 person. Again, kind of early, but we'll see. And this is the sort of suburban district, you might say. It's not the Burlington part of Chittenden County. Let's see. Orleans County. Oh, there's an interesting one. Okay, hey, now this is interesting, Paul. Why don't you call that up for us, okay?
Sure.
Orleans Senate, with 4 of 20 towns reporting. 4 of 20 towns. This is not just one town. Sam Douglas is 57% Republican. Catherine Sims, the Democrat representative, current representative from Craftsbury, is at 33. Those towns are, they are Barton and
The ones that have reported?
yes.
It is kind of hard to tell, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to run the cursor over it. Troy has reported similar numbers, and I think he has a bit of a family connection with Troy, and so that's not too surprising that those numbers are coming up the way they are. Town of Sutton. What is interesting here is that all 3 of those towns are showing very similar numbers. There's not just one homer, and they're from all over the county. So
More than 50%.
it's not crazy to think that maybe Sam Douglas has hit a nerve here. At least in 4 of these towns, he's polling extremely well.
Actually, just got an update, but I guess it didn't update Sam's election. Let's go back to. I'm sorry, Guy. Before this, I want to make. What was the one? Caledonia County is Scott Beck.
Yes.
That's still okay. Just 1 out of 12.
Just one town.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
just a quick update, everybody, just so you do have the full picture here. There's 41 of 247 towns reporting, 16% of the towns so far. So we are just plugging away right here.
So let's look at, now that we have 41 towns, which is, that's a sixth of the towns.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's look at statewide.
Again, not much in the way of the big towns of Chittenden County and everything. And you just can't forget that. But let's look at the lieutenant governor race. Okay, why don't you call that up, Paul?
I got it right here.
So those numbers for John Rogers are holding pretty steady at basically 49% to 43%. And towns from all over, a lot of, let's see, town of Johnson going for Rogers, town of Hyde Park going for Rogers. And Hyde Park is a district that always sends very liberal legislators, and yet that's kind of interesting. Town of Wolcott. This is really very interesting.
Yeah, this is very interesting as I run my
Cabot. Cabot, seriously?
Cabot voted for John Rogers.
Marshfield, John Rogers.
Wow. Wow.
And up in the kingdom, you figure he'd be doing well, and he is. He's doing just fine.
Wow, he won Cabot by a slim margin, but he still did it.
Fairfield, which is a sort of purple district in Franklin County, he won that. Town of Sheldon, a very, very red district. Northern Franklin County is usually very reliably Republican. Let's see, town of Troy. Now we go down to, say, the town of Chittenden, which is in Rutland County. One there. Town of Killington. So, he's doing very well in some, generally speaking, fairly red districts. Now, let's look at the towns that David Zuckerman has won. Town of Fayston, Middlesex, East Montpelier. Oh, no surprise there.
No
Although,
shock.
you know what? Let's look at that number. East Montpelier, come on. They are so, they're so red as a district, too progressive. And yet, David Zuckerman, 47%, John Rogers, 44%. In a town that should be an absolute slam dunk for Zuckerman. And he's beat him, but it's not exactly, it's not a huge win. Morristown, that's interesting. Dave Zuckerman beat Rogers handily there in a town that I wouldn't think of as a real red town. Now, over on the Connecticut River, town of Norwich, Hartford, Thetford, Zuckerman is winning by more than 10 points. He's absolutely cleaning up in some of the reddest districts in the state.
Bluest, you mean, or? And Zuckerman is clean. I'm sorry, you said reddest.
Reddest.
Meaning.
The red meaning. I'm sorry, Paul. I misspoke. You're right. Bluest districts, the more liberal, left-leaning, whatever.
I was thinking, well, they appear to be pink or whatever here for whatever reason.
No, I'm sorry about that.
No worries at all.
I'm obviously talking too fast. Town of Putney. Well, that's not a big surprise. David Zuckerman took that. Dover, town of Arlington. So, again, what is going to happen when Shelburne, Shalott, Williston, Burlington, and Winooski report? Is that just going to just knock these numbers all over? They might. It's hard to say. So let's keep looking at some of these Senate races. And
it looks like we just got Charlotte's return in a couple more towns. We now have 51 towns reporting.
Oh, okay. Then let's look at what that does to the lieutenant governor race.
Lieutenant governor, looks like Charlotte gave, Zuckerman the lead there with 1,400 to 1,100, which isn't any shock.
But with the 51 towns that you just mentioned, Rogers' overall lead has grown. It's now 49.6 to 42 with those towns.
That's right.
You said
Charlotte is what I'm seeing.
51 towns, yeah.
South Hero looks like they've come in.
Now that's
North Hero's reported, so maybe we should go check out that state
Rogers,
Senate.
Yes, let's look at the Senate race now in Grand Isle.
Sure.
Grand Isle County. Okay, I'm seeing basically the same, 53 to 44. So those numbers are essentially unchanged.
Okay.
Now, okay, this is kind of fun, just flitting around these races. Let's look at Orange County.
Now that we kind of know what we're doing,
Before we go to Orange County, this has been Mark McDonald's territory for as long as I can remember, probably anyway, 15, 20 years in the legislature, in the Senate, before that in the House. He's been challenged many times, and a fellow named Larry Hart has come out and has been trying to, let's see how he's doing so far. Okay, Mark McDonald with 51%, 52 really. Larry Hart, 44%. And how many?
One.
Only one town, and that town is, Fairleigh, which is a fairly fairly liberal town. Yes, okay. I'm sure the Fairleigh residents have never heard that one before.
No, probably not.
And so I'm not sure what it says that there's, just one town. So not really much to report there. Now let's look at...
Guy, we do have a few comments here. I just want
go for it.
To fire off here. I'm not really sure how to pronounce this name here. So somebody wrote in, good to see Rogers doing well. Hope he wins. 6 hours. This is Big Siege. 6 hours from now, Guy will be using the blanket and sprawling a leg over the arm of the chair. Yeah, that's if we make it that long. Yeah.
Big Siege, you think I'm going to be here in 6 hours? You are crazy. No way. I'm going to be all in bed.
I'll be here.
Although, I did this one night. Reuters hired me to get a bunch of people to do election returns all night long till like 2 in the morning. And by that time, by 2 in the morning, I had some really good up-to-date totals, but you don't want to do that.
We have a question from a viewer here. They write, let's see, how are the towns of Stockbridge, Rochester, Bethel, and Pittsfield doing in Windsor County?
Let's take a look.
So while Guy's finding out that, guys, I just want to give a quick pitch to you all. I want to thank everybody for tuning in, especially on X. We are having quite the viewership on X, so thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in and joining the conversation today. You can comment. You can join the conversation. We are going to have some folks live call in a few minutes, hopefully, depending on our technical situation. We're hoping to hear from John Rogers at some point, maybe around 8:30. But so anyways, thank you so much for tuning in. You can write in the chat to join the conversation. And if you are not already a paid subscriber to the Vermont Daily Chronicle, you should be. For just $9 a month. That's 30 cents a day. You can support free speech here in Vermont. So what we're doing right now here, covering the live election, if you want to check it out from us, or you want to check it out from like one of those, corporate mainstream sources, you can do that too. But you can watch it right here with us, and you know that the news that you're getting is 100% independently funded and funded by you.
And we'll mention your comments too.
And we will mention your comments. WCAX won't mention your comments, right? So we figure we will.
They don't care about you.
They don't care.
Okay, so what were those towns called?
Stockbridge, Rochester, Pittsfield, Bethel, Windsor County.
None of them have reported yet.
Okay.
They're all dark.
We just got another update. 59 of 47 towns reporting.
Okay, let's see how that affects the lieutenant governor race.
Sure.
I'm seeing 49.67 to 42 even.
I'm seeing 50% to 41%.
Whoa.
50%. John Rogers with 37,573 votes, beating David Zuckerman so far with 30,686 votes.
Well, let's not use that word beating, because that sort of sounds like
leading.
All right. Leading. That's a good word.
Leading.
Okay. Some of those new Cornwall came in heavy for Zuckerman. Let's see. Wonder what towns? Town of Chittenden. Towns of Killington, Shrewsbury, Clarendon. Yeah, wow. So if nothing else, this tells us that John Rogers has a strong statewide appeal. This thought that maybe, he's just not well known outside of the kingdom, clearly not true. But again, I just keep coming back to this. Let's look at his numbers in Charlotte, for example. Now, Charlotte was the #1 mail-in ballot return town in the state. they turned in 58% of their mailed-in ballots and left only whatever the rest for the polls. And that generally indicates very deep blue. The more they use the mail-in ballots, the bluer it is. It's just a thing. So if we can look at, Zuckerman got 52% in Charlotte and John Rogers 39%. So one might be able to extrapolate from that in the big blue towns, Zuckerman may do well. But again, so that's really, it's looking at almost a 10% margin, John. Is that, Paul, is that what we're looking at?
Yes, it's looking like that as of right now. I will admit, I'm looking around trying to check out, but this is where we're at. It's still looking about a 10% margin. Once again, we still don't have some of the big towns, this guy's mentioned. Yeah. We don't have Shelburne yet. We still haven't heard from Burlington.
Right. Colchester.
Waterbury, it looks like we haven't heard from. So there's still a lot of time to go. That being said, it does seem like there is, like you say, Guy, statewide support. I mean, just looking at this map here where it does appear John's won, it's pretty widespread, and it's not just conservative-dominated areas. So that's indication to me that this is going to be a nail-biter.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Could be. And the little factor here, you look at that number 3 name, Ian Diamondstone, the Peace and Justice, with 3% of the vote. And if we have a close vote, I would imagine virtually all of that 3%, if you weren't in the race, that would be going to David Zuckerman.
Really?
Oh, yeah, because that's Ian Diamondstone is the son of Peter Diamondstone, who makes Bernie Sanders look like a John Birch Society member. He's the original Liberty Union guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Peter Diamondstone used to say, who was also a New Yorker who talked like this, he'd say, Bernie Sanders was a sellout, because he just wasn't, purely socialist enough.
Sure.
He was a great guy, and I haven't actually met Ian. I'd like to someday. And there's a lot of Windham County people who are still very strong. It's where Peter Diamondstone was from. And anyway, so that if this race is close, people may be remembering the name of Ian Diamondstone for quite a while.
Guy, I had a question for you.
Sure.
If I were looking for the Barrie town or Barrie city elections in the House
what you want
race,
to do is go to House.
Okay, I'm going to go to the House.
Yep.
Washington.
Go to, exactly. In fact, it's maybe not a bad time to do so. Washington 2, I believe?
Washington 2? Okay.
No, that's not it. I beg your pardon.
No, that's over in the Mad River Valley.
Washington 5.
Hang in here with us, folks. We got to figure this out because there's a lot of state races, state house races that are going to be
you know what that means is that they have, if we don't see them there, Paul,
there's nothing reporting.
There's nothing to report.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I would assume, or I would have hoped that Barrie and Barrie City would have been up a little quicker, but I guess we'll hear sooner rather than later.
So let's take a quick look down through some of these House races. Sorry, folks, that we've been neglecting them. It's just there's so many, and I wanted to focus on Lieutenant Governor and Senate. But down in Addison 2, with 2 of 5 towns reporting, only 2 reporting, Peter Conlon, the chair of the House Education Committee, has a 55 to 40% lead over Christine Stone, the Republican. 55-40 with 2 towns to go. In the, Addison 3. Addison 3, this is a little interesting here, with, again, only 2 of 6 towns reporting, and this is like Virgins, Panton.
Here, I scan them if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, Panton, never heard of that town before, just so you know. Addison, the town of Addison.
Right.
New Haven.
Right. So sort of.
Ferrisburg.
Kind of Ferrisburg, that's right, kind of northern Addison County. Rob North is trailing the chairman of the, what is she chairman of now? House Transportation Committee, I think, Diane Lanfer, by 9 votes. Do I read that right? So again, you have some pushback from the whole legislature, one would imagine that again, with only two 6 towns reporting, Rob North is so close to an incumbent chair, Diane Lanfer.
Guy, I want to just, I'm sorry to interrupt you again.
No, you're not.
I want to just make this quick note, guys. I think I should have the echo problem figured out. Please let me know if not. We had a hot camera mic. That was what the problem was. I had Mike Booten. He was able to help. So hopefully we got that figured out. Cool. But if, please let me know. Make sure. I don't. You know, we're still learning this new studio. So make sure that you can hear Guy fine and you can hear me fine. But sorry, Guy. I just wanted.
So moving around Addison County, you got the sort of the mountain district. You know, the I think it's Moncton and Starksboro and places like that. Again, you have a Republican. It's a two-seat district, and you have a Republican, Shanine Hill, running second ahead of Mari Cordes, who is one of the incumbent Democrats. So that's kind of interesting. Renee McGinnis, who's also another Republican there, is in 4th place. Again, 1 out of 4 towns reporting.
That's Addison Rutland, Guy.
That is just Addison 4.
Addison 4, okay.
And this is very interesting. Again, with only one of 5 towns, but the Bennington-Rutland district, which, as you might imagine, straddles Bennington and Rutland counties. Republican Sandy Pinsonneau is way ahead of Democrat Mike Rice by more than 2 to 1, with, again, only 1 town reporting. Bennington 3 has incumbent Dave Durfee ahead of Republican Victor Harwood. And let's see. Right. Oh, this is interesting. With 2 of 5 towns reporting, way up in the Caledonia district, northern Caledonia County of Linden and Burke, I believe, is part of that. Marty Feltus, a former Republican who's running again, and Beth Quimby, who was appointed to the position to fill her mother's position after she resigned. 2 Republicans. They are considerably ahead of Dennis LeBounty and Eileen Boland. Dennis is an incumbent Democrat, and I got to say, Dennis LeBounty is one of the centrists, one of the good guys in a lot of ways among the Democrats in the House, in my obviously very subjective opinion. He's a good man. But anyway, it looks like Marty Feltus and Beth Quimby have a very early lead with 2 of 5 towns reporting there. And the Caledonia Essex seat. Well, this is interesting. Deborah Cordes Dolgan is in the St. Johnsbury city, or St. Johnsbury town and some surrounding towns, is ahead of Scott Gamble, but it's a Democrat Scott Gamble, but it's a 2-seat district. So those 2 are probably, essentially that's this, Deborah Cordes Dolgan would be kind of taking Scott Beck's seat as he's going for the Senate. Let's see, and
Guy, do we have an update on the statewide race? Are we hearing anything so far? I know we have now 65 towns reporting.
Okay.
So if I'm just taking a look at Rogers' race here, it does appear that he still has about a 10% lead, 10-point lead.
Yeah, I'm looking at 65 towns. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I have 65 out of 247.
Is this up on the screen?
Yeah.
Great. Again, John Rogers got a 9-point lead on Dave Zuckerman. Now, what's that big town? Ferrisburg.
Check.
Ferrisburg came in for John Rogers. Ferrisburg, again, as we just saw, the House members are doing, the incumbent Democrats are in the lead there, but in the town of Ferrisburg, John Rogers is rather handily beat David Zuckerman. That's interesting. one also in South Hero, one in North Hero. Town of Georgia, Franklin County, that's no surprise. That's a definite red town. John Rogers won that. Let's see, what else we got here? Town of Pollitt, Pulteney, Middleton Springs, Ludlow, Londonderry. Yeah, so right now, that map is very friendly to John Rogers. But again, the big towns haven't reported. Is someone calling in, Paul?
Yeah, we have Bill Huff on the line here. I'm trying
Hey.
to see if I can get him in. He was just trying to call, and I want to see if we can get the sound
let me
going.
know when you get him, okay?
I do have him live right here. Bill, how are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you, Paul?
I'm pretty good. Folks, everyone out there listening, I want you to let me know how well you can hear Bill. We are currently working with what we got. Technologically, we had some issues to begin the show here. So, Bill, thank you so much for calling in.
So, Bill, you were the architect of the whole Get Real campaign. How do you think that is playing out so far in the early results?
Well, I tell you, well, first off, I guess, Guy, thanks for mentioning Get Real. I spent months this spring trying to roll that out kind of internally, and everywhere I went, people just loved the idea. But I was never able really to sell it, I guess, to the upper echelon of VTGOP. And so it never really materialized like I had envisioned. However, I can tell you that standing at the polls in Thetford today, I had a Get Real sign. There were candidates that had adopted the Get Real philosophy, so their signs looked similar. And I had a number of people that came up and asked about Get Real. They had seen the signs, they'd heard about it, and they just weren't familiar with actually what it stood for. And the people that I explained it to, which were Democrats, they seemed to love it. So I'm a little disappointed that we didn't get it rolled out the way that I think it should have been. I think it could have made a difference. But hopefully with the candidates that did adopt it, we've made some kind of a difference.
Well, once again, Bill, I think it's, thank you so much for what you did with that campaign. I did help a bit with some of that and getting the ball rolling.
Certainly did, yeah.
And I think that I agree with you. I couldn't agree with you more. It does seem to me if there was more ground up or maybe top down support, that it would have maybe carried a little bit more weight. Because as we now are starting to have these results roll in, we're seeing a lot of the same candidates get elected. And I can't help but to wonder if people just weren't fully educated by the time this election had rolled around. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I would have to agree. That's one of the reasons that Mike Tagliavia and I started Right Side Up.
That's right.
That radio show was actually spawned out of an Orange County GOP committee meeting with the intent of trying to educate the electorate, trying to tell people actually what was going on. And I have seen a lot of evidence. People are starting to, but I haven't seen much for results yet. Just in one race is the only thing I've seen so far, and I think I'd have to agree with you. We're not seeing the results thus far that we'd hoped for. Still early though. We'll see.
It is still early, and I will say from what we're seeing in the Lieutenant Governor's race so far, we're seeing pretty widespread statewide support. Some of the big towns still have not come in,
right.
So that's encouraging. And we are, of course, following some of these Senate races, and of course the one in Orange County. And I know that you worked with Larry Hart on his campaign. Talk to me a little about that. Have you talked with Larry at all in the past couple of days, or what's going on with him?
No, I've talked with Larry sporadically throughout the campaign. Larry was one of the Senate candidates that the governor kind of reached out to and took under their wing. And so, my role as Orange County chairperson, it was kind of set aside, and that was fine with me. I mean, there's no way that Orange County organization can compete with the governor's resources. And so I figured Larry was in good hands, and we're certainly hopeful that Larry will do well. I had run for that seat myself a couple of times, and I always told Larry that he was a far better candidate than I ever was to start with, because everybody knew Larry, and nobody knew me in Orange County, so I had an uphill climb, right from the get-go. So I haven't seen any of the numbers from any of those races. The only one I have seen is Windsor Orange 2, which is my house district, and just 2 of the 4 towns I'd reported there. But and I knew that was going to be a tough race anyway.
Yes.
And it's not looking good. It's kind of what we expected.
No, I was following that race pretty closely myself, and I believe the candidates there are Rebecca Holcomb, Tim Maslin, Lisa Flanders, and Kevin Blakeman. If that's the one that you're, okay, yeah. And I'm sorry, you said Windsor Orange 2?
Yeah, I think it's Windsor Orange 2 is the name of the district.
Sure, let's go check it out real quick, folks. So here it is. With only 3 of 4 towns reporting, it does appear that Rebecca Holcomb and Jim Maslin have the lead. And of those towns that have reported, we're still waiting on Stratford. That's the only one. Thetford, Norwich, Sharon, all reported. And one of the big things about this election, this year, we're looking to see, what are Vermonters willing to pay to live in the state of Vermont as a premium. And when you look at the town of Norwich, for example, where property taxes have gone up nearly 40%, still voting in the same exact candidates, I guess they can afford it, right?
Yeah, Thetford and Norwich were 2 of the worst towns when it came to that property tax increase, 2 of the worst towns statewide. And so you're right. Norwich can certainly afford that. Some people in Thetford can afford it. But there's a lot of people in those towns that can't either, and those are the ones that are going to suffer. But one of the things that I try to remember is that a lot of this campaign was based on law that's been passed but hasn't been implemented. The real estate tax was really the first time that we actually felt the effects of the supermajority and the bills that they passed through the school rate, the school taxes. We talk a lot about S5, Act 18, but really, it's all talk at this point. We really haven't felt the effects of an additional $3 to $4 a gallon for each gallon of heating fuel that we purchase. We haven't felt the effects of H289, the renewable renewable electric standard that's going to cost us $1 billion over the next 10 years. They haven't even started on whatever they're going to call the bill for heat, or for gas and diesel.
Sure.
So I think Mike Tagliavia and I talk about this on the radio show all the time. What is it actually going to take before people get disgusted enough to come out and change this? And anecdotally, I've heard a lot of people that were fed up and disgusted, but apparently not enough. It may take those bills actually coming into being.
Oh, Bill, it appears I lost you. Are you there? Are you there, Bill? I've lost you. Guy, I think I've lost him.
Okay. Well, that's cell service in Vermont for you.
Yep.
Yeah, I know the district he's in, that's a tough district. Over there in, Thetford and that area. And that, I can't imagine what would change things there. But statewide, I'm not sure I, right now, am quite as glum on the prospects as what I was hearing Bill say.
You're not quite as glum?
Yeah.
I'm not quite as glum on the prospects either, as I'm starting to. I understand his concerns because I was kind of right there with him all summer.
Yeah.
But I'm starting to see more and more stuff come back, and it's beginning to look promising. One big update I want to give: Barry Town, Gina Galfetti and Topper McFawn have both won their race, so that's a big win. Michael, any update
Bowden?
from you, sir?
Do I have an update?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you win?
Yes?
I did.
Michael Bowden, congratulations!
Way to go, Mike. Hey,
congratulations!
Hey, winner, come here and
Come
sit
and
down.
join the show. Come and join the show. How incredible!
Hey, here.
Wait a minute. Oh, my goodness. I'm so fat.
You guys can share a mic. Here, take this one.
No, I got a mic right there.
Here, take this one.
Actually, this is his studio. He probably knows how to actually do this stuff. Yeah.
No, right here.
Wow, congratulations. So we have a newly elected state representative right here in the studio, folks. Berry City State Representative elect Michael Booten. Congratulations, man. That is
what can we do to help you here? Do you want to get through here? Okay.
Yeah, let me try to get over here to
I have you guys both, so you're
All right, here you go.
Oh, that camera just cut out on me. Hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
We'll get it
Camera's
situated.
cut out. Well, I'm the tech person here, so.
Good. We're glad to have
The
you.
official
Yeah.
tech person for the 802 swoop.
He's not only a new legislator, he's the tech guy.
Can you see me?
If you sit there, I can. But we probably just move that camera a little bit to angle it more towards you.
Yeah,
Hold on a second. There you go. You're in it. Now now we're good to go. Welcome, Mike.
I look so fat.
Oh, you're not so big.
And
Come
my
on.
shirt is untucked, but it's been a busy
Hey,
day.
you were up at the polls all day, man.
I was from 6:30 until, well, I just barely left.
Wow.
I had to go home and let my dog out so that she could go potty. So,
Yeah.
and I'm sure she misses me greatly.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty excited. The results that I heard from was I got 400 extra votes over the next person.
Wow.
So I think it was 1,800 for me, and I think it was 1,400 for Teddy Wazizak. So
What district is this?
This is Washington 3.
Okay.
Which
I'm
is
gonna-
not
I'm gonna pull it up.
technically reported yet, but
Yep.
so Teddy was the
Teddy
next one.
Wazizak was the next one, which is, and I had hoped that Carol would win. Carol Dawes is one of the most amazing
Yeah,
people.
that surprises
I've ever
me.
met. I was surprised.
She's the longtime city clerk, very
Yep.
well thought of. Yeah.
Yep, and I'm not sure what happened. It was very disappointing to see that.
Yeah.
Because I had hoped that she would have won and the two of us could be serving in legislature together. But I will say that I know Teddy. I like Teddy. He's a good person, and I will absolutely work with him, and we'll fight with each other a lot. Just because, but when we fight with each other, we'll go to Gusto's afterwards and have a couple drinks. I'll drink soda and he'll drink the alcohol.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
Well, congratulations once again to you, man. That is just so exciting. I know, just so the people that aren't aware of who you are, what you've done, you have served in office before. So maybe just
Yeah. So I've lived in Berry City for 40 years of my 44 years, right in the same neighborhood. In 2010 I ran for city council, and then unfortunately the current chair of the Berry City Democrats ran against me and I lost, which caused me to decide to run for state rep. And now I'm the newly elected Berry City State Rep, first one in this district since Leo Valier.
Wow.
Remember Leo?
That's a long time
That
ago.
was a very long
That's
time ago.
what, 15, 20 years anyway?
Yep.
So
And it goes to show you that Berry City is not a partisan city.
No, it's not.
It's a city that gets behind people. I think, and I've heard over and over how Berry City, is a Democrat city and it will never go Republican. And it's not about Republican, it's about who it is. And I think that's what Berry City did today, is they went for the person, not the party. And I'm very thankful for that. It's very humbling to be voted for 1,800 people. I think it was 1,800 was the number. I won't know until I see the results.
Well, congratulations. Let me be
Thank
the
you.
first to shake your hand.
Absolutely. Yes, you're the first person to shake my hand as a representative-elect.
Wow.
So I'm fully anticipating going down to the Moist Isles of the state of Vermont.
That's a Star Wars reference,
It is
by the
a
way.
Star Wars reference
Yes.
to
The bar. Dun, dun,
Does
dun,
that,
dun,
does that
dun,
mean
dun.
you're going to Gusto's?
No, Gusto's is great.
He's talking about the State House.
Oh, I thought you were saying, I thought you were going to celebrate or something.
No, it's you'll never be a more, what is it, a more...
Wretched hive of
Wretched
scum
hive
and
of-
villainy.
Yes.
Yeah, I know my. I know
shouldn't
that
say
quote.
that.
No, you
Why?
can. Yeah.
I mean,
Let's be honest.
Let's be honest. Yeah, so I'm pretty stoked about it. I won't stay here and harass you guys.
You're welcome
I just wanted No, I won't do that. I just wanted to come down and mess everything up. Make sure your sound is good. Your sound is good. Did you figure it out?
Sound as good as it's going to be. We were able to take a phone call. We worked it out. So
Awesome.
we're gonna continue doing it as we are. But we're really glad that you're able to come in and join us as a live guest because I mean, heck, how cool! Somebody who just won an election. Like,
I'm pretty stoked.
so no, just real quick,
Sure.
can you remind me, was Jonathan Williams not running?
Yes, he was.
He got
he
got unseated.
he got unseated.
In the primary.
No.
Oh,
In
so
this
you,
election.
you
So it
just
was-
unseated him is what
Wow.
you're saying.
Correct.
So you
I
just knocked out an incumbent
just-
is what you're
both
saying.
Teddy and I knocked out an incumbent.
And
Congratulations.
Peter Anthony was not
Yeah.
running.
Peter Anthony was not running.
Right.
Okay. I see now.
Wow.
Okay, so
Bert Solly's calling me.
well, he wants to
Well, you better
congratulate
answer
you.
that.
He's probably he just wrote Michael Booten, congratulations from Bert. So he really wants to make sure you get that
Period.
message. Period.
Yeah.
Actually, no period. Sorry, there's no period.
Yeah, no. Yeah, so Jonathan did not. He was about 15 votes away from Carol.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's very interesting to see the numbers. You know, Teddy's a very charismatic guy.
Yes, he is.
You know, and at the end of the day, he's just a nice. I want to say a kid, but he's not a kid. Although he's in his 20s and I'm in my 40s, I think I'm old enough to be. His dad. So I'm gonna say no. I'm just kidding.
You're actually a wise old legislator now. I hate to say that, but you can call him a kid all you want.
Politician. I'm an old politician.
Now you're a real politician. That's right. You were anyway. Well, that is congratulations to you. And I do know that you and Teddy served together on the city council
Correct.
in Barrie. So you have had work together. And you guys, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, even like Barrie Beat podcast, like you guys have done stuff together. Yeah,
absolutely.
so you'll be fine.
Yeah.
That'll be that'll be a great
I'm
duo. That'll be a great.
I told Teddy today. I was talking to him because I chat with Teddy all the time. You know, I went up to him and I said, "I'm not gonna lie. I hope you don't win." And he's like, "I hope you don't win either."
Boy.
This is kind of how the conversation went. But I told him, I said, "There's out of the top two scenarios, the one I win and Carol wins, and the second scenario would be him and I. So this is my second best. No offense, Teddy, but he would say this. Well, he would probably say this is probably the worst. But that's okay. I love you anyway, Teddy.
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
It will be interesting. So somebody writes now. We have a comment from Wendy Ellis Ducey, just tuning back in. Do we have? You know Wendy? Yeah, say hi to Wendy. She says, do we have the Senate and House local results? So for anyone that is just tuning back in, it does appear that Michael Booten, who has just joined us in the studio, has won the Barrie City legislature seat as well as Teddy Wasasak. So that is actually beating incumbent and Peter Anthony is retiring, of course, but
Correct.
beating incumbent Jonathan Williams. So congratulations to you. And also, just tuning back in, Gina Galfetti and Topper McFawn have both won their seats in Barrie. And Wendy, she writes to you, Michael, yay! Congrats.
Thanks, Wendy. And you know, for all those that are watching, especially I know I haven't been on the Vermont Daily Chronicle page yet, but I know the 802 Scoop fans and family. I really appreciate everything that y'all do, and y'all do. You want to talk about the funny scuffle that happened today?
Sure. What happened?
So I went up there. You know, I was there at 6:30 in the morning, and I brought apples, and somebody brought some donuts, and I was handing out donuts and apples, and somebody from a a news outlet came up to me and said, that's illegal. And I'm like, what's illegal? Passing out donuts and apples. And I'm like, I'm just giving them away for free. And she mentioned that it could be considered, electioneering and blah, blah, blah. So I just picked up the donuts and the apples and threw them over at the 802 scoop tent, which was right behind me. So I can understand why there would be some issue. But then the Secretary of State's office called the clerk down in Barrie.
Oh, man.
And so there was another group, the progressives were also giving out candies and everything else. They didn't complain on me, they complained on the progressive, but Cheryl, the clerk, she came out and she's like, cease and desist it all. So Raylene, who is like, she's not gonna put up with that, she knew that she could do it. She called the Secretary of State's office and they said, yeah, you can do it, just don't do it in conjunction with somebody that's running. So they still had the hot dogs and everything else.
Which were really good. I had 2 of them.
Yeah, those were good hot dogs. Those were natural casing hot dogs.
I thought so.
That's what it's all
those were
They were not
natural
cheap.
casing.
Yeah.
Yes, and the water was there was some Poland Springs and there was some, the good stuff. But anyway, yeah. So I like I said, I won't harass you guys.
Thank you.
Want to say thank you for having you guys down here is amazing. I hope that you feel completely loved by the 802 Scoop family, and so
I should have said at the top of the show, sorry, Michael, we are in the new 802 Scoop studios on Main Street in Barrie.
yes.
They had been in the front of the building, now we're in the back. Much more comfortable digs back here than those high top chairs.
Absolutely.
So we so appreciate that you've just opened this up to us. It's just terrific.
You believe me when I say this, we're really appreciative that you guys reached out to us about it, because we want to build the family, and we think that, as I've told Raylene, my mission is, because Raylene does the business side of things. I'm just here as a talent for Barrie Beat and the 802 Scoop wrap up.
Yeah.
The only involvement that I have is a mission, which is to get information out there, because I believe that it changes hearts and it changes minds.
Yeah.
So.
Wow. Well,
All
thanks.
right.
Thank you for coming in, as you say.
Thank you. You guys have a wonderful evening, and I'll take off. And thanks.
Well, thank you, Michael. We're gonna go back and check on some of the statewide election results. Guy, do you want to check back in with the lieutenant governor's race?
I sure do. Let's do that.
Sure.
Have you spent any time talking with John Rogers at all?
I haven't, but I can hopefully reach out to him maybe in the next 5-10 minutes.
Okay, so what we've got now with 104 of 247 towns reporting, John Rogers 49.5, David Zuckerman 42.04. So that map is starting to fill up very nicely. And do we need to do anything with the cameras now? I don't know.
I'm working on it, Guy. I just
Okay.
want on your end. I do need to fix yours.
All right. South Harrow. Colchester is in. Colchester went just barely for David Zuckerman. But that's interesting. Okay, we're going to do so with 104 towns in, John Rogers is up by about 8 points.
See you. Congrats.
Now, one thing we're going to do right now is going to check on the. Whoa! Okay.
Where are we going now, Guy?
Senate Grand Isle.
Okay.
This is the one where incumbent, he was in the job a month after Dick Mazza resigned, and a Democrat from the island, Sandy Giulo, running against Pat Brennan, a House of Representatives from Colchester, Republican. So, with 3 of 5 towns reporting, including Colchester,
Wow.
50.36 for Pat Brennan, Andy Giulo 46.55. So Andy
won
Giulo
Colchester.
only wins this race if he picks up 360 votes or so in the 2 remaining island island towns that have not yet reported.
And if I'm not mistaken, Guy, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but the 2 towns that have not reported are more right-leaning?
Well, I'm trying to find that out.
Because I'm pretty sure of that, but I don't know. I've been up that
Yeah.
way,
I'm checking that out right now. Grand Isle's funny because there's places that are very blue and there are places that are very red, even though it all just sort of looks the same. So Colchester, Grand Isle, North Hero, and South Hero have reported. That means Isle Lamont, and I believe Alberg is the other town in that district that has not. Yeah, Isle Lamont, North Hero, I'm sorry. Yes, that's right. That's right. So 2 towns have not reported yet, Isle Lamont and I believe that's Alberg. 5-point lead for Pat Brennan. That would be a Republican pickup in the Senate. And I know there are some very, very savvy insiders who have been saying, not so sure about that one. And when I talked to Pat Brennan last a couple weeks ago, he said, well, we're working really hard and it's close. So
we're working hard.
Yeah.
That sounds like the old George Bush joke.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that. I saw a skit on it the other day.
Yeah.
Guy, there's one race I want to point out. With 8 of 20 towns reporting, this is the Orleans County. Sam Douglas versus Catherine Sims. Sam Douglas with 8 towns, once again, reporting. He does have a lead of really a near 20-point lead. I think he's going to pull away. I mean,
eight towns. You know what was very interesting about that one? This is the one where he pounded home the clean heat standard and the property school taxes. And in yesterday's Caledonian Record, the daily paper, one of the daily papers up there, Catherine Sims was saying, really, 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 I'm not going to vote for the clean heat standard. Don't worry about it. It's just a study. It's just a study. Even though she had originally voted for it twice before she voted against it. So I think the voters up there, again with, maybe half the voters or whatever reporting, are not all that enamored so far with her candidacy. And I want to see if Craftsbury has not reported. That's her town. Newport has, town of Newport. Newport City has. So the big voting blocks up at the urban areas have reported up there. So that's the ones that haven't reported are Glover, Orleans, Albany, Lowell. So basically some of the smaller towns,
some of the smaller. I mean, I don't know. I don't know those areas very well. But
yeah, really, some of the smaller towns.
We're getting a call from John Rogers.
All right.
Hey, John, how you doing?
Hey, Paul.
Hey,
How are you?
thanks for calling in. I just want to double check, folks. If you can hear John, make sure that you let us know. I can hear you fine, John. How you doing
Good.
tonight?
I'm doing great.
Where are you calling from today?
I'm calling from beautiful Glover, Vermont.
You're in Glover.
Hey,
Yeah,
John,
I
I've got to
stopped
know
in.
something. Is Mark Rogers your brother?
Yes, he is.
Well, congratulations to Mark Rogers, who won the outstanding farmer of Vermont a couple of days ago.
Right, he did. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, so I stopped in at the governor's thing for a little bit, and then just barely got home, probably 15, 20 minutes ago.
Wow. So what we're seeing here, John, is that you're up 49% over 42 to Zuckerman. And without much in the way of Chittenden County towns reporting, but even in Colchester, which is, tends to go fairly blue, Zuckerman beat you, but only by a couple points. So what?
Yep.
Are you scared? Are you worried about Chittenden County coming in big for Zuckerman, or what are you thinking?
Well, we're still confident in the overall picture. I think we did enough work that we're going to be close enough in those Chittenden County towns to keep it close. And we're counting on the northern tier of Vermont and the rural areas.
Yeah. I can see that, and I'm looking at like Essex Town and places like that where, again, it's just a couple points separating you from. So you're doing well in the tough towns, the tough places that would normally go strong for Zuckerman. You're not winning, but you're not exactly getting killed either.
Right, and that's what we knew we had to do. We knew we needed to keep it close in those areas and do well in the areas where we're strong.
Yeah, which I got to say, I'm looking at this map, and it's red, 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 red every time when I look at the lieutenant governor thing. So you definitely are doing well. And I've also got to say, Ian Diamondstone, of the a fellow progressive type of the Peace and Justice, has picked up 3.3%. And if this thing becomes close, I got to wonder if he's going to end up being a bit of a spoiler for Zuckerman.
You never know. You never know.
Yeah.
Well, how are you doing overall, John? I know election night, you've been probably through a handful of these at this point, but it can always be a little nerve-wracking, especially your first statewide race. I'm sure you're hanging in there, but I figured I'd ask.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's quite funny actually, because a couple weeks ago I was way more nervous than I am now, and just the last few days I've just been able to find a peace about it, figuring that we have done our work. We worked hard. I think we did good. There's always things you don't get done. We wish we'd had more time to meet more people, because we think that was really the factor. Is if we'd had time to meet everybody in the state, we think we'd have crushed him. But we, had limited resources and limited time, and we met as many people as we could. But we feel like in the end, when we got the TV and the radio out there, we spread our message, and we're hoping it was enough.
Yeah, no, and I know that you joined, I don't know if you were on the full tour yesterday of the governor's 14-county tour around the state of Vermont, but I some of the talking points I've heard about your campaign and what you've been doing is maybe that you're not as well known in some of the other parts of the state, but I mean, from what we're seeing here, as the results are starting to roll in, that you are, and maybe were you on that tour yesterday?
Yeah, we actually joined him in Orleans. We didn't start in Berlin, so we hit Washington and Lamoille County on our way home, and he hit Washington and Lamoille County first thing in the morning. So we did end up hitting all 14, but we were with him most of the day.
And what was your reception like in some of the towns, some of the maybe not as blue towns, if you will?
We pretty much had a good reception everywhere we went. Lots of honks and waves and smiles and thumbs up. So yeah, we felt real good about yesterday.
And just a final question for you. I'm sure you've probably reached an election limit here, which I can imagine. But are you watching any of the other Senate campaigns or anything? I mean, what about Sam Douglas up in Orleans County? What are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, we're hoping that a whole bunch of the Senate candidates pull it off, of course, to give the governor enough senators to sustain a veto. I've really, like I said, didn't get home long ago and was hungry and sat down to grab a bite to eat, and I haven't even really looked at where the rest of the results are right now, and just gonna chill out with the family and see what happens.
Well, I just want to thank you so much for everything that you've done with us this year. You've done maybe 3 in-person interviews. You were at the Labor Day car show in Northfield campaigning. I really can't thank you enough, and hoping for the best.
Yeah, well, glad to do it. Good to talk to you guys.
All right, take it easy, John. Thanks for calling in.
Have a good night.
You too. Sleep tight. Well, that was John Rogers, ladies and gentlemen. Man, what a blessing to have him call in. Guy, what are you seeing? I know you were checking on some races while I was chatting. So what have you found out? Anything good?
Well, some house races.
Sure.
Finding that in the Chittenden Franklin, which is Milton and one of the towns in Franklin County, Westford, I think. No. Anyway, the Chittenden-Franklin district, the Republicans have held that. That was where Chris Matos and Chris Taylor, and now Tony Miklas, who is running in Chris Matos' seat, they have taken that. Now down in Colchester, I'm finding as I'm looking, this is House seats we're talking about here. I'm finding that the seat that, even though it looks like Pat Brennan has picked up the Senate seat, it looks that way. Not sure yet, but he's got a very good shot at that. The seat that he vacated in the House apparently has been taken by Democrat Wendy Critchlow. So there is a subtraction there, and I am running through the trying to find out, getting some sense of, as the Senate, it looks like we might be looking at in the Senate a pickup Sam Douglas's seat. That, again,
it's not over.
It is so not over, but early signs look very good for Sam Douglas in Orleans County, Pat Brennan in Grand Isle County, and Scott Beck. I'm gonna take another look at that one just to see how that one's going. Caledonia, with 5 of 12 towns reporting, including St. Johnsbury, which of course is the biggest there, and Danville, and the biggest towns in Caledonia County reporting. Scott Beck is beating Amanda Cochran by 18 points. So I think it's fairly safe to say we're looking at Beck in Caledonia, Brennan, and Douglas. So far, all tentative, not calling it, but looking very good for Republican pickups in those 3 districts. What does that mean? You know what that means, Paul?
I don't know, Guy. What does it mean?
That means 10 Republican votes, and which means they need 1 more, and Governor Phil Scott will have 11 Republican votes to support his vetoes. So if these 3 come in, if the 7 Republicans who are there now are all reelected, and they're all very safe seats, so it's looking that way, who would be that 4th seat in the Senate? Let's see how some of the others are doing. Addison County, with 12 of 25 towns reporting. I'm trying to see if Middlebury, though, is not one of them. Yes?
Jason Malucci reports, this is from Anson Tebbets on Twitter, and he's tagging Jason, that Vermont Republicans have so far picked up 9 Vermont House seats. That's what and they haven't named the House seats, but that's what he's reporting currently.
Is that a tweet? Is that something you can respond to?
This is a tweet. I can write, any chance we could hear from which towns?
I'd love to get a call from Jason Malucci, and I would love for Jason Malucci to tell us which towns those are, because I'm the one-armed paper hanger here trying to find out how it's all going. So, because I've seen several that sort of look like good pickups, but I'm not sure yet. But with half of the towns in Addison County reporting, Steve Heffernan, Republican, is running first. He's running ahead of Ruth Hardy and Chris Bray. I will add Middlebury, the biggest town, and certainly the bluest town, has not yet reported. But in all the other towns, surrounding towns, he's doing quite well. I wouldn't begin to say, oh, that's a pickup, though. It's just way too early for that. Bennington County. Okay. The 2 Democrats now are ahead in Bennington County with 8 of 19 reporting. Joe Gervais is about 700 votes behind the number 2 Democrat. So again, it's early, but I would say that's that's looking good for the Democrats to hold on to Bennington County.
So, Guy, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Do we dare even discuss the presidential election yet? Is it too early?
I have no clue what's going on.
I'm trying to figure it out.
I can tell you what's happening in Vermont. It's 60-34, Harris over Trump. Other than that,
I can't tell. I don't think anybody knows what's going on.
yeah.
I'm looking at just scrolling, perusing social media, and I'm seeing reports that Trump beat Kamala in Georgia, or Trump's going to lose Georgia. Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue what's going on.
No one knows. And you know, the people who are really interested in that race, frankly, they're watching something.
They're watching very closely. Yeah. Yeah. They're not. You're right. They're not watching us, Guy. You're right.
Yeah.
I just can't help it.
I know. I'm trying to know myself.
Yeah. It's exciting.
So, how many? Oh yeah. Okay.
While we're hanging out here, I'm just checking at Senate races. Is that where you are, Guy?
Yes.
Because I'm looking at Orange County. I'm still only seeing 3 of 13 pounds reporting for Larry Hart and Mark McDonald's race. Orleans County, going back to Sam Douglas, I'm now seeing 10 of 20 towns have reported with Sam Douglas winning still with a 20-point margin over Catherine Sims.
Wow.
So I think I don't know.
That's looking.
What's interesting about Sam's race, and this is why I've been saying I think he's going to win for not the whole time, but pretty much, especially after I interviewed him. I kind of got the idea that, he's campaigned there now. This is second election cycle. Bobby Starr, he's obviously retired.
Yeah.
But Sam has been campaigning there for now 4 years, pretty much. Really.
Yeah.
So, not actually 4 years, but about 3 years. Mm-hmm. So his name is very well known there. People remember him from last time.
Yeah.
Bobby Starr retiring. Republican seems to be a little bit more popular this year, even in the state of Vermont, as an alternative. And I guess maybe my thoughts are that's probably what's going to push him over. And then just the whole, Catherine Sims, I don't know, maybe not as genuine as a candidate as Sam, at least somebody who's Sam's from the area, born and raised. A lot of people in the Northeast Kingdom know him
she's
because
not
of
a
that.
local.
She's not a local, which isn't everything. But
especially increasingly in that county, it's not.
It's not. No. But it still does matter. So it kind of does appear that Sam's going to pull away. I mean, I'm not calling any races, but if I could call a race, and out of everything that I've seen,
the numbers are pretty compelling.
Is pretty promising. So
yeah,
that's my thoughts anyway.
Yeah.
I also have we have a question on the Washington County Senate race.
Yeah.
Which let's take a look here.
Let's take a look. Okay. Contest summary. What we're looking at there is a definite return so far of the 3 incumbents.
Yeah.
14 of 23 towns. The leading Republican is Mike Doyle with 10% or 11%, and the number 3 person for the Democrats has 16%. So Ann Cummings, Ann Watson, Andy Perchlik. Look, I'd say that's looking pretty good that they're going to be returning to Montpelier, to the State House. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the Washington.
Yeah.
Now I'm being asked to check out but let's see, the Caledonia County one.
Right.
Which is also looking quite promising for Scott Beck.
That I would say, I'm good with calling that one for Scott Beck.
Well, it's only 5 of 12 reported.
Yes, but St. Johnsbury's the big dog there, and
Okay.
that's already come in for him.
Interesting.
And the towns that haven't are the town of Washington, small town. No, I'm sorry, not Washington, but Walden. Hardwick is a fairly good sized town and could go fairly blue. It's true.
Hey, Guy, I'm seeing interesting. I just got an update from Addison County, where Stephen Hefferman is in the lead with 13 of 25 per towns reporting.
Telling you, 20 and Boise in the lead. He's almost 300 ahead of Ruth Hardy, who's the number 2. The big one there, the big town, is Middlebury, and has not reported.
Middlebury.
Yes,
So
that could be
the big decider.
a big changer. And another race where that comes into play is in the Chittenden North, which pits Chris Matos of Milton against Irene Renner, Republican Chris Matos of Milton against Essex Junction Democrat and incumbent Irene Renner. And right now, Irene Renner's got a 41% lead. But here's when you click on contest details there, Paul, you see which towns have reported. Essex Town and Westford.
I'm sorry, yeah, I can't find. Which one is this?
This is Chittenden North.
Chittenden North, okay. Okay, yep, got it.
So Milton, which is Chris Matos' town, has not reported.
Okay, and they're a pretty big town.
And that Milton is a pretty good sized town, and that's going to go very strong for Matos. So you could, that's a case where 2 or 4 have reported, and when one drops, boom, just the same way when Burlington drops. And unfortunately, Burlington is often the last one of the night because they have so many districts. So, yeah, we who knows? Chittenden North. Now let's see how that Chittenden Southeast district is going.
Sure.
Oh, okay. Well, the 3 Democrats again with 6 of 11 towns reporting. Yep, they're all ahead. Bruce Roy is just a scooch behind Keisha Ram Hinsdale. With the 6 towns that are reported there are, if I read it right, or 7 towns. 6 towns are Bolton, Charlotte, Richmond, St. George, Underhill, Williston. So Shelburne has not even reported there, and that's a big blue town. So that's looking like probably there's not going to be an upset there. It would be my guess. So Chittenden County will probably remain unchanged. Let's see, Orange County, Orleans, Rutland, Washington, Windham, Windsor. So in Windsor County, now this was an interesting one where Andrea Murray ran a very vigorous campaign, well-funded campaign. And it, just as in Washington, just as in Chittenden County, these deep, deep blue counties, they are staying Democrat. They are not moving. Allison Clarkson, Rebecca White, and who are incumbents, and Joe Major, who is the 3rd Democratic candidate, are all very safely ahead. This is almost a mirror image of Washington County.
Yeah, very similar.
If you look at the numbers,
Unfortunately,
they're very much the Democratic majorities are really showing there. So this is starting to take shape here.
Yep, it is. And I'm just scrolling, perusing social media.
Yeah.
And from what I'm hearing on the presidential end, it does seem that there's some consensus that it looks like it's more likely that Trump's going to win.
Yeah.
But we got a lot of time to find.
Who knows?
I know, there's a lot of time to find that out.
Okay, so hang with me here, Paul.
Sure.
Remember, we've got the big prize in this one. There's 2 big prizes in this election, 2 big unknowns, state election.
Yep.
Lieutenant governors.
Yes.
We've talked about that quite a bit tonight, and enough seats pick up in the Senate.
That's right.
Okay, so the simple math right now is already 7 Republican incumbents. None of them are facing any kind of real challenge. I'm just going to double check on.
South Burlington is in, by the way.
Okay, hold on. Hold that thought. That is interesting. And in Rutland, it's looking like very unlikely that the 3 Republicans will be challenged. So that we're going to say no change in Rutland County, no change in Bennington County, no change in Chittenden County, Essex County, Franklin County, Grand Isle. No, I'm sorry, not Grand Isle. Lamoille, Rutland, Washington, Windham, and Windsor. There are a lot where basically it's going to stay the same. The faces are a little different, but the party's going to be the same. In 3 counties, it looks like we may have Republican pickups. Scott Beck in Caledonia, Pat Brennan in Colchester Grand Isle, Sam Douglas in Orleans. So where would that 4th vote come from? If there were a 4th, the 11th vote that would give him the override, all eyes right now are turning to Addison County, to Steve Heffernan. Again, Middlebury not in yet, other towns not in, but he's right now he's running first. The other perhaps outside shot, but let's take a look at it. Hey, check it out, Paul.
What's that?
Orange County Senate with, again, only 4 of 13 towns reporting, okay? But Larry Hart is in the lead with Fairleigh, Stratford, Tunbridge, and Williamstown. Williamstown often has been a strong Republican district. With those towns reporting, Republican Larry Hart is ahead of Mark McDonald.
Wow.
But that Randolph hasn't showed up yet.
Yeah, but Randolph, who elects Jay Hooper, I believe there's some continuity between the two there. I'm not going to say that there's
Randolph generally goes pretty blue.
Okay. I'm also not seeing a Brookfield report. Chelsea hasn't reported. Nothing.
Yeah.
Washington hasn't reported.
Yeah.
Those Fairleigh, Washington, those are all small towns. Chelsea even, but they all add up. So
Yeah.
we'll see what happens there.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to be watching the 2 big races, I would say, on the Senate end, guy, that we're going to be watching at this point to see who that 4th vote is going to be. Because, well, it's either Hart or Heffernan.
That's right.
Or
Addison County, Orange
Addison
County.
County, Orange County. So
Right. The
anyone
others
out
are
there,
really off the board.
those are the. I'm sorry.
The others, Bennington is really
Yeah.
off the board. It's really hard to say, but it's looking like Washington and Windham and Windsor. We haven't mentioned Windham County. That's just Brattleboro we're talking about here, and Dale Gassett and Rick Morton running really hard against incumbents Nader Hashim and Wendy Harrison. Their numbers also are, well, let's take a look. Let's see what the numbers are.
Which is this one guy?
This is Windham County.
Windham County. I've seen
Senate
it.
race.
Yep.
And yeah, sort of as predicted, Wendy Harrison and Nader Hashim, the Democrat incumbents, are almost 2-1 beating Rick Morton and Dale Gassett. And boy, I got to tell you, I know both Rick and Dale. Actually, I know all 4 of them, but I give those 2 a lot of credit. That is a tough district, Windham County, for a Republican to run in, and yet they're doing it. And yeah, okay, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a win in Windham County.
Well, as a total update to anyone who is wondering, we have, as of right now, we have 55% of the vote reported with 136 towns of 246 towns. So we are getting there. Just to do a quick check-in on the John Rogers Lieutenant Governor race, it does appear that with 136 towns out of 247 reported, John Rogers is still in the lead. About a 5-point lead there over David Zuckerman, with now towns of South Burlington having reported. which strongly in support of David Zuckerman.
How strong?
Let's see. Zuckerman win 1,400. John had 827 votes. So about a 600 vote difference there. So fairly strong.
Yeah, that is strong.
Williston is reported, though. This one's much, much closer. Zuckerman edging out Rogers by 330-ish votes. So the total...
In Williston?
In Williston, yeah. So Rogers lost by about 300 votes. So the total's 300, with a win for Zuckerman is 3,335 and Rogers 3,044. So very close race there. As we just spoke about with John, the reality is if he can pick up, something like half or a little bit less than half of the towns, for example, Burlington and Williston, South Burlington, which unfortunately he did not get about half, but if he can keep it close, Guy.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I'm looking at right now there's a 13,000 vote gap between Rogers and Zuckerman. And how many votes can Zuckerman, if Zuckerman goes 70-30 in Burlington, and I don't know, what are there, 20,000 votes in Burlington? I just don't know. Then figure that's, Yeah, so that alone, the Burlington vote alone would probably not be enough to put Zuckerman over the top. He'd have to do well in some other places, and frankly, there's an awful lot of towns out in the hinterlands there that have not reported yet. So, boy, this is it's going to be close, I think. But and again, Ian Diamondstone keeps picking up. He's got 3.41% of the vote total now. That's very interesting. And he could actually do pretty well in. He could do well in Burlington too.
Well, Guy, this is going to be an interesting go here. I mean, I'm looking at Orange again. Orange is still at the same point, only 5 of 13 towns. And let's see, Addison County is similar. They still no report in Addison County from Middlebury. So we might be waiting a few minutes on that.
Yeah.
Man, Guy. 56 towns, though, or 56% of towns now reporting.
Yeah. I'm looking at the governor's race.
Bill Huff's calling me.
Oh.
Sure, we'll take Bill back on the line. Bill, how you doing? Can you hear us all right? Can you hear me all right?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you have anything to report on what's going on down there?
Well, I'm sitting here with Mike Tagliavia for the Orange 1 district, and none of the towns have reported yet.
Oh, my goodness.
Not a single one out of 4. So we're sitting here on pins and needles just waiting for something to report.
This is Orange. Which district is this?
Orange 1. So it's Corinth, Orange Town, Berkshire.
Okay.
And Corinth.
So we're just
Washington.
waiting then.
Yeah, we're waiting for those results. But, I did get a chance to look around a little bit. I think 3 of 5 towns reporting in Washington, Addison, Orange, I think the district is the Randolph district. And Wayne Townsend is actually beating Larry Sakowitz at this point.
He is beating.
So that's encouraging. Yes, this
what
is the 2C district.
This is Windsor. I'm sorry. This is which one is this?
Addison, Washington, Orange, I believe is the designation. It's the Randolph district.
Addison. Addison. Yeah, that's right. It is Addison.
Addison, Washington, Orange, I believe. Yep. The last time I looked, it was 3 of 5 towns. It's the 3 smaller towns. Randolph was yet to report, but Wayne had a decent lead over Larry Sakowitz, so that was encouraging.
Oh man, I can't. This is Addison.
Yeah.
Addison, Washington,
Orange, Washington, Addison.
Orange.
There it is.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah, Jay Hooper doing very well. Wayne Townsend second. Over Larry Sakowitz.
With 3 out of 5 reported.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but as you say, so is Randolph's in that?
Yeah, Randolph is, and they still have not reported.
What's the other one, Bill?
Well, the other one was that I wanted to comment on. I think it's Orange 3, I believe it is. It's the Royalton Tunbridge. Bruce Post is only down by 60 votes. Both candidates, O'Brien and Post, are from Tunbridge. Leaves Royalton to report. And it's fairly close, very close. And I always thought
which rate? Oh, Washington Orange. No, that's
Orange. I believe it's Orange 2 or Orange 3. I think it's Orange 3.
Okay.
I think it's Orange 2. No,
Is it Orange 2?
It's neither of them.
Although Republican Josh Govovich has picked
it's
up.
Orange Windsor.
Orange Windsor. Orange Windsor.
Yeah, because Royalton's in Windsor.
Orange Windsor. Okay. Bear with us, everyone. This is one of the hard parts of the election night is actually getting to the results and figuring out where they are.
Well, some of these districts are so broken up that it's difficult to
Honestly,
try to manage.
I don't even think it's showing on the screen here.
Who's the incumbent for that?
John O'Brien.
Right.
Yeah, John O'Brien, and that was for years. It was Ainsworth, the farmer there from Tunbridge, and he died. Of course, I think John may have beat him the year before that. And we've never had a candidate there. And Bruce Post is, I think, a Tunbridge native, milks a few cows still, and got a little small vegetable stand. So he does a little bit of farming. I think he drives a bus as well. But very well known in the district, and very likable, knowledgeable. So we always thought that was a district that we may be able to win, and at this point, with one of the two towns reporting, it's close. It's certainly within distance.
I just can't find that one. I had it pulled up, and I can't seem to find it again. That's Orange.
Oh, there it is. Windsor Orange 1.
Windsor Orange 1. Okay. Yep, I see that with one of the two.
Oh, you
towns.
got it. Okay.
And the only
Bruce
town
Post and John O'Brien.
okay. You're just waiting on Royalton to report.
Yes.
Which tends to run fairly blue, I think.
I'm sorry, Guy?
Tends to run fairly Democrat.
Well, it has in the past, but like I said, it's O'Brien has had the seat for years, but simply because the Republicans have never put up a candidate since Mr. Ainsworth died.
Yep.
Wow. He's run unopposed.
So I see O'Brien up 51-44 on that one. Wow.
Yeah, it's within 60 votes.
Yeah. Wow.
That's going to be a tight one to watch.
Yep, that's very close. And at this point, Larry Hart, the last time I looked, was beating Mark McDonald for the Orange County Senate seat.
Yes, he was.
And the important thing to look at there is the town of Stratford has already reported. And that's a town that Mark McDonald won more than 2-1 by over 200 votes. And Larry is still in the lead, has a substantial lead there.
Yes.
So that's very encouraging.
Cleaned house in Williamstown. Yeah. And he won Bradford, too.
Yeah.
Huh.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, Larry's pretty well known in Bradford. I think he operated one of the Napa stores there in Bradford for a while. Lives in nearby Thompson. That's really an encouraging one. Paul, I think you mentioned Sam Douglas in Orleans.
Yeah.
That, like you said, that's looking really promising. And Sims was a very well-known, well-respected representative. So that would be a real coup there to have Sam Douglas pull that off.
Yeah, and from what it appears too, a lot of these towns that haven't reported yet are some really kind of like backwoods small towns. Not to, diminish or anything like that, but it doesn't appear that, like when I'm looking at this map here, for example, I just got an update. Sorry guys, I lost my spot there.
Well, isn't that maddening when the Secretary of State's website updates? It messes up everything.
Everything. I'm like, wait, where was I even looking?
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, you can re-input that you're trying to find. Yeah, it's a little bit aggravating.
Well, it looks like, like the town of Newark and Westmore and Brownington and Charles, these are really Coventry. These aren't huge towns. Coventry is reporting. Sam Douglas won Coventry. But I guess what I'm getting at is a lot of these smaller, more rural towns, Bobby Starr had support of these people over the years, but I can't help but to wonder if that's going to change. We're going to find out in the next few hours here.
Well, and I think those smaller towns would typically go more conservative, more Republican bent anyway. Even though they may have supported Starr, he was just that well known and well liked. But that's really encouraging. And it's it's kind of what I predicted. I think on the on Right Side Up, the radio show here. That aired this morning was it's not going to be a red wave, a red tide, but I think it's looking like we are going to have a handful of really bright spots, enough to begin to make a difference.
Guy, what's going on?
So with 5 of 6 towns reporting, in Addison 3, which is like Virgins and Ferrisburg, Rob North, Republican, is ahead of Matt Barong, who's the number 2, and Diane Lamford, who's the former appropriations, maybe current appropriations chair, and longtime chair in the transportation appropriations. I'm sorry, I'm just forgetting. But anyway, is ahead of her, and it looks like that might be one of, and Virgins has voted there, so that might be one of the pickups.
Yep.
Wow.
Like I said, I think we're going to see a few successes here. We're going to see a few bright spots. It's not a red wave by any stretch, but it looks like maybe some starts to trying to turn things around.
Yep. Wow. Okay.
So yeah, we got a couple of races to watch here now, and of course, sitting here with Mike Taglavia, we're eagerly awaiting any kind of results from those 4 towns.
Right.
Anecdotally, I was in Vershire this morning and knew a lot of people there. There was a lot of positive remarks for Mike's run. Mike ran into the same thing in both Washington and Corinth. So and that was a close race anyway. Carl Demrow only won that seat by about 70 votes with the 4 towns. So that I think is well within Mike's grasp. We're eager to see some results there. That could possibly be another one.
And that's Orange what?
It's Orange 1, I believe he said.
Okay, and
Orange
that hasn't,
1.
as you say, that hasn't reported yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait a second. Oh, sorry. No, never mind. I thought Burlington had reported, but we're still not seeing the results yet from Burlington. As I check in on the lieutenant governor's race here. And Bill, I just want to thank you again for everything you've done this election season with Get Real, coming on the show, being part of what we do with Vermont Daily Chronicle. You've been a great force of help here for candidates and of course helping us out in the show. Yes, Guy.
When other Bill, when other Orange County House seats report, can you give us a call?
Sure. No, I'll be more than happy to.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for calling.
Sounds good. Thank you, Paul and Guy, both for everything you're doing. It's been a pleasure to work with you both.
Thank you. We'll check. Yep. That's Bill Huff, everybody, with the Get Real team. Orange County chair, Republican Party chair, Bill Huff, calling in, giving us an update on what's going on. We are starting to see the results roll in. We now have 60 towns, like 60% of towns reporting, so that's 150 of 247. So it's looking promising. We're starting to
60% of the vote.
60%
with 150 of 247 towns, and John Rogers 49 to 42 over Dave Zuckerman.
Still holding on to that lead, and we just had an update too. So guys walking away from me, leaving me all by my lonesome.
Well, Well, just keep pulling up some results, Paul. People want to know. And you know, some of these House seats, I'm counting like so far 7 or 8 Republican turnovers.
No, I am going to continue to pull up
I'll be back.
results. I can understand we've now been streaming. Let's see, how long have we been live here? Can anyone tell me if you're watching in the chat? Let us know in the chat. And by the way, if you're watching on the chat, feel free to write in. You can write in and give us an update live from your town on what's going on. So just taking a look now here at the lieutenant governor's race, John Rogers versus David Zuckerman. John Rogers, 16 years in the legislature as a Democrat, running as a Republican against maybe an old colleague of his, David Zuckerman, in the Republican Party, in the Progressive Democrat Party, PROG/D. Look, man, this is going to be a close one. And yes, by the way, we have been streaming now for 1 hour and 52 minutes. Thank you for writing that in the chat. Every once in a while, you have to use the bathroom if you're talking for this long. But I'm not going to. I'm going to hold out the whole time because we have results to report. So just taking a look once again, Rogers, he still has about a 7-point lead on that race. So now let's take a look at the Senate race. Let's see if we have any more updates from the Orleans County race with Sam Douglas. Now it's still sitting in the same 11 out of 20 towns reporting. So we're still waiting on some of these towns here, but it does appear that Douglas still has about a 14-point lead. So we'll see where that goes. But yeah, no, we're right in honestly, this is some of the most exciting parts of what we do here for Work Guy. Wouldn't you agree with that? I mean,
yes,
we every 4 years, you have the presidential election, which that's just a little bit more exciting than the every 2 years for the local and statewide elections. So this is kind of an exciting day for both of us, and we hope it is for you too. We hope people are happy with the results as we're starting to see them come in. Guy, I got to say, as the ones that I've followed in these races, I've never been so hopeful. So let's maybe don't.
So I want to give people an overview of the 4 other statewide offices underneath governor and lieutenant governor. Some sort of interesting, no surprises, okay, no upsets, but Mike Pichak, incumbent, over first-time candidate, this is for state treasurer, Josh Beckhofer, 54 to 40%. So that's, not a terrible turnout for Josh, first timer from Madison County. This is interesting. Sarah Copenhagen, Secretary of State, 52% to 41% for Brooke Page. So Brooke Page, who's just the Republican who he will run for whatever office needs to be filled because he's sort of a good soldier, and he is really into the Secretary of State stuff. If you ever get cornered by Brooke Page and he wants to talk about the minutiae of election law and practices and regulations, you just sit down and settle in because he knows a lot about it. For Secretary of State, 52 to 41, and for Auditor of Accounts, Doug Hoffer, again over Brooke Page. Remember I said he runs when other people won't. Doug Hoffer, 53 to 39%. And Attorney General, we're looking at Charity Clark, 52% to Tur Nelson of Berlin, 38%. So I would say those are generally better numbers than in the past. I think you're seeing the Phil Scott and perhaps John Rogers effect there.
No, I would agree. And actually, just going back to the lieutenant governor's race, this is a comment now that I just saw from a friend of ours named John Walters on X. He just wrote, "It's only one town, but in deep blue East Montpelier, Zuckerman only beat Rogers by 3.5 points. That is one small, very bad sign for the incumbent."
Didn't we point that out about an hour ago?
We did point that out.
East Montpelier, come on.
That's pretty incredible. And with the town of Williston now reporting with a very slim margin, we just received an update, so we'll see what happens there. Lieutenant Governor, let's get back to it.
with Williston now reporting, it's very close for him, in some places where it's typically not that way for Republicans. So, man, we're gonna see. We're gonna find out fairly soon, Guy.
Yep.
I think we're gonna know when that Burlington reporting comes in. Then we're really gonna know how close this race is gonna be.
That's right.
It's definitely interesting, and I think after we have the Burlington results, Guy, then we'll probably then be waiting on the Orange results, which we got Bill Huff watching closely down in Orange County. So I don't know. You just looked like you had something you wanted to share.
Yes,
What's
down in Bennington County, two of the small towns down on the border. There's a district down there. Bruce Busa, very interesting guy. I moderated in Whitingham at a Republican event down there. He's run a couple times now, and he is ahead with 2 of 5 towns reporting. He has taken both Searsburg and Woodford down there, and that could end up being one of those pickups. That's the Bennington 1 district. Bruce Busa. So we'll be watching. That's another one we'll be watching. Bennington 1. Let's see. See what I'm doing here is I've got this list of all the different seats and all the ones where it looks like there could be some turnover, and where the House Republican caucus could pick up more seats to get closer to their own potential override and the loss of the supermajority in the House. That's a ways off, but it looks like the early signs is that they may be kind of heading in that direction, at least some pickups anyway.
Man, it takes a long time for some of these bigger towns to get their results in.
It does.
That's always the case.
Yeah. Burlington in particular, it's very frustrating. They're often like the last ones.
Just so people know, it's always that way. So don't get too worried about it.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
We now have 155 of 247 towns reporting, so 62%. We are really starting to know what it's going to look like here, guys. I don't know, Guy. Let's see. Here's a comment from Rob Roper. Looks like Todd Nielsen knocked off Stephanie Jerome and Brandon posted on his Facebook page.
I was wondering about that.
So there we go on that.
That's down in Pittsford, Rutland. Okay, Stephanie Jerome, Rutland 9. So Todd Nielsen may have pulled that off, huh? Yeah, and that was a really clear case of Stephanie Jerome has been there forever. She's a good soldier of the Democratic supermajority, always votes with them, and it may be that Todd Nielsen came out of nowhere and said, you know what? In fact, there's some pictures of him, his campaign signs. No new taxes.
That's
real simple.
Pretty simple.
No tax hikes. And people said, oh yeah, that's what we want. So,
Guy, I want to just go back to Caledonia County. We have 7 of 12 towns reporting, and Scott Beck with a 16-point lead.
Okay, shall we call that for Scott Beck?
I think Scott Beck. We can't officially say, however, we do believe that Scott Beck has won the race in Caledonia County. So congratulations to him. And we have a comment. Wish more people were watching you guys. Just so you know, we do have quite a few people watching us on X right now, more than we've ever had before. So,
how many?
I don't want to say, but
okay, a lot?
It's a lot.
Good.
More than we've ever had.
I was just sort of wondering, because, we just sit here, and Paul, you and I are talking, and occasionally people call, and maybe it's just, your grandmother was watching
Wayne's
us.
World. Yeah. It's not quite Wayne's World.
Okay.
I want to really, just shout out to people that are watching us over there on our X page. If you're not already following us, click the follow button. It's pretty easy. It's a very easy way to support us. Click the follow button, share this video, repost it, retweet it. We just got another update, by the way, guys. So we have 15 of 25 towns reporting in Addison. We're still waiting on Middlebury.
This is the Senate?
This is the Senate race. We're still waiting on
Hold on.
Middlebury. So we're going to find that out soon.
With 6, okay, and how many towns is that?
Lambert Solly said my sound's gone down. Uh-oh, that's not good. Oh, there we go. Sorry, Lambert. Tell me if, I hope you can hear me now. Thank you for.
But yeah, Steve Heffernan still, he's now 1,200 votes ahead of the closest person, which is Ruth Hardy. How interesting. Wow.
Well, I don't know, Guy. We can't call it for, well, I know we're supposed to be watching our local elections here, but it does look like Trump's going to win. Just throwing that out there, folks.
Oh, it's so way too early.
I don't know, Guy. He's almost got 200 electoral votes already. I know.
Okay, are you actually watching it?
Yeah, a little bit.
So
A little bit.
How's he doing in
Georgia,
okay, how about Georgia?
20-point lead.
North Carolina?
He won North Carolina.
Okay. What do we know about
Pennsylvania?
Michigan?
Nothing yet.
Nevada?
Nothing yet.
Arizona?
Nothing yet.
Pennsylvania?
No,
We don't know.
we don't know.
Okay. Cool.
He won Florida. He won Dade County too, which he's never won in 30 years. Actually, no Republican has won in 30 years.
Is that right?
Yeah. Dade County, which is Miami, Boynton Beach, Delray
Very
Beach. Very Hispanic, but also a lot of Northerners go there for second home, or honestly even full-time residency.
Yeah.
I have quite a few family members that go down that way from the Northeast that are not Republican.
Huh.
And they actually, I don't know if any of them claim residency there, but it appears that at the very least there is some movement, but we do have it's going to be a long ways. We do have a.
Hey, I mentioned Grand Isle, Colchester.
Yep.
5 towns, 5 of 5 reporting. Pat Brennan, 51-45 over Andy Giulo. Pat Brennan
Has won?
is the new senator. He's the new Dick Mazza.
Oh, Guy, where is your mic?
Oh,
You don't have it clipped on.
sorry.
See, nobody could hear us for a second there. So Pat Brennan won.
Yeah, Pat Brennan is the new Dick Mazza.
Wow.
Which is, when I published the Colchester Chronicle way a million years ago, 2 of my best advertisers were the local grocery store owners, Dick Mazza and Pat Brennan from Mallett's Bay.
That's
And
pretty incredible.
They were competitors, but they were also friends. And there's no distance at all in their views really on anything. They're so alike. Pat will be a wonderful successor in the Senate to the sort of the Dick Mazza centrist, fiscal responsible kind of person. So congratulations to the king of cold, Pat Brennan.
That's an incredible win right there.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the Orleans County race, Guy.
Let's look at the Orleans County race.
Still 11 out of 20 towns reporting, so we don't know what's going on there yet.
Craftsbury has reported. That's the one town I was a little worried about because that's Catherine Sims' territory. Yeah, she took it 62-34, but Sam Douglas is still up 54-39. And the towns, has Hardwick reported? Let's see. See if Hardwick is still in the game. I can't tell. So there are certainly a bunch of small towns that haven't reported yet. But wow, gotta say, looking awfully good for Sam Douglas. Let's see, the other town we need to we were looking at Orange. Larry Hart, 5 of 13 reporting. Was that the same as it was before?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, okay,
We're
so no change there. And
how about Rogers? We have a change.
hold on. Okay, statewide.
Burlington's still not reporting. Oh my goodness.
Hold on.
What am I waiting for? I
I was looking for so 63%. I'm looking at John Rogers with 48.9, David Zuckerman 42.5. So that's about what it has been. 63% of the vote. Wow. Shelburne is in. And Shelburne, yes, it went big for Zuckerman, but there is still a 6.5-point lead there. South Burlington. So how about Winooski? Is Winooski in? Essex Junction City has not yet voted. That will be an interesting one.
If I'm not mistaken, now here's the thing. This is one thing. Vermont Public has Rogers and Zuckerman tied right now. This is going to be a nail biter. But if I'm not mistaken, is Paul Dame from Essex Junction City or Essex? You tell me. I don't know.
Wow.
Because he posted an image earlier today, and maybe if he's out there tuned in, he can let us know. But he posted an image earlier today of some lines where he was polling, and he said, "I've run for office here, been involved here for really like the last 10 years, and he's never seen lines this long."
Wow.
So I'll see if I can find more on that. But if you're out there, we'd love to hear from you, by the way. But I'm going to see if maybe I can get a hold of him.
So really, in Burlington County, only Essex Junction, Shouldn't County, only Burlington and Essex have not reported yet. I'm trying to figure how, it seems to me Winooski is.
Winooski, I think, has reported.
Yeah.
You guys get to enjoy this. We're just trying to figure this out as much as you are.
Yeah.
So I hope you're enjoying it. It's fun. We're having a good time. And we, once again, thank you so much to everybody that is out there tuned in listening.
Winooski has not reported yet.
Winooski has not reported. Of course it hasn't reported.
So three fairly good-sized towns.
Ooh, I just figured out a new trick. You can zoom in. Okay, yeah. Man, this is going to be...
It is going to be close.
This is going to be close, folks.
Yeah.
I can't even click on Winooski. It's too small. Oh, there we go.
Let's see.
Guy, can you take it over for a second?
Sure.
I said I wasn't going to use the bathroom, everyone, but we've been going now for 2 hours and almost 15 minutes, so.
It's okay.
You got it, Guy.
Go for it. Okay. So I have been looking at some of the House races here. A lot of you folks know, you'll remember if you read the Chronicle about this bizarre thing down in Bennington, where a Democrat House member was arrested for DUI, Jim Carroll, and a Republican House member was caught on video pouring water into his bag. That was Mary Morrissey. And so a lot of people said, I don't know how either of those two will ever get reelected. Well, here's what's happened. So far, not final, Mary Morrissey is the #1 vote getter in Bennington. Someone in the party told me about a week ago that their polling was saying Mary Morrissey's all set, she's going to be good. Turns out apparently that is the case. Mary Morrissey looks like she will retain her House seat down in Bennington. And it looks like, so far, Jim Carroll, the driver who was arrested for DUI, that he will not. That Michael Nigro, I believe is how one pronounces his name. I apologize to him if I've mispronounced it. And he apparently will be the other member of that House seat. So, pickups, House districts that have pickups. So far, and I keep trying to go through this, but I'm seeing in Caledonia County, the Caledonia 3 seat, which is Linden, Burke, maybe Wheelock, I think, and that is Marty Feltus and Beth Quimby will be the Republicans there, and Dennis LaBounty, the incumbent, apparently has been voted out. So that would be a pickup. Also, this is, down in the Bennington-Rutland district, Mike Rice is the Democrat incumbent. Sandy Pincinel is the Republican challenger, and as we speak, with I think one town left to report, is ahead. The Caledonia-Essex seat, which formerly Scott Beck and Scott Campbell, has the Republican candidate, I believe the name is pronounced Dolgen. Sorry if I got that wrong. And apparently Scott Campbell has been reelected. I'm going to just check that right now and give us an update on that rather important seat. Scott Campbell, for those of you who don't know, is probably one of the leading voices in the House on climate change and green things. Yes, so the two leaders in that seat with one town left to report are Deborah Cordes-Dolgen, a Republican, and coming behind her, Scott Campbell, a Democrat. So it looks like no real change in the balance of that district. Caledonia 1, I want to check that one out. That was Bobby Farley's Rubio, and that was, Caledonia 1. Let's see. Okay. Has not reported. Don't know yet. And Caledonia 3, got that. Caledonia Essex. Caledonia Washington. Well. Caledonia Washington. Formerly, oh wow, there's another pickup. The Caledonia Washington seat, which is basically Danville and I think bleeding into Cabot. The Greg Burt of Burt's Orchards is, with 2 of 3 towns reporting, is 18 points ahead of Tom's Ziobrowski, the challenger. Henry Pearl the Democrat did not choose to run for re-election. So that may well be that Burt's Orchards and Greg Burt may be a pickup there. So we're looking at a number of
House seats picked up.
Of House, yes,
Which
House seat pickups.
I'm surprised by, Guy.
I'm too.
I'm not shocked by it, but I'm a little surprised.
Yep, me too. And I'm just scrolling down here to see how some of these other seats are going. 20. The Democrats have held on to their Colchester seats, Colchester Village seats. Neither of the incumbents ran there, but I'm just going to make sure I'm right about that. I could be wrong. Yeah, Doug Bishop and Gail Petzo have picked up the village seats. So they are not among, Colchester House will not be handing any more seats to Republicans.
Proctor, Vermont went to Rogers.
Proctor.
Okay. So we have 67% of the towns reporting. Let's see where the lieutenant governor's race is at. It appears that Rogers still has about a 5-point lead, at least from the election results we have on the Secretary of State's website. For some reason, it does seem like to me other folks are able to get the information a little bit quicker, and I'm trying to figure out how to do that. So let's see what happens here.
Essex Westford has reelected Alyssa Black, the Democrat, who is a gun control advocate and generally supportive of things DEI, over Ron Lawrence, a Republican, who was well known among others for being among the bus ride that went down to the January 6th, although he didn't. He just went down for the bus ride, folks, nothing else. And in, let's see, what town is this? In Westford, Julia Andrews has been reelected, a Democrat. In Charlotte, uncontested, Shea Waters Evans, reelected. And let's see. Yeah, in, I believe that's Charlotte. In Shelburne, in Sheldon, Kate Lally has been reelected over Deb Mayfield, Republican Deb Mayfield.
Okay, guys, so if you look at Vermont Public, they have some elections results up a little bit quicker. At least that's what I'm reading here. And they have 76% of the 76% of the votes counted, with David Zuckerman beating Rogers right now, so by a mere point. And actually, the race is literally like 7 votes apart, or maybe a little bit more than that, I guess.
Wow.
It's very close, very close.
Okay. Okay. My guess is they're using the AP numbers.
Yes.
Which are the AP is using a lot of students who are on site in the, so they are able to get some results quicker than are being actually reported by the town clerks into the state system. In fact, one of the questions at the press conference today, Kevin from 7 Days kept saying, so how is it that someone can get faster results than you can? And that basically they're just doing a very good on-site job. This AP and the Community News Service out of UVM are doing a good job of collecting there. So what you're saying is that they've got perhaps
a little bit
some
faster
advanced numbers that are showing it to be Zuckerman a little ahead of Rogers.
That's what I'm seeing.
And does it say anything about Burlington?
It doesn't. It does not.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
And those, of course, are unofficial numbers.
Those are unofficial numbers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So they're probably accurate, but they are unofficial.
Looks like Burlington is reported, and David Zuckerman won by 2,000 votes.
Okay.
So that was expected.
So Burlington is in.
Burlington's in, and it's still very tight. So
fascinating.
Let's watch these towns in Orange County. Let's watch these towns. Well, I mean, Orange County might be
Milton has not reported.
Milton has not reported.
And that's a strong, that is going to go for Rogers big time.
And how many people live there?
10, 15,000.
So voting numbers, 3,000 votes maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Probably 1,000 anyway.
Well, let's just take a look at the numbers here from Burlington. Let's zoom in here so folks can see this a little more exact. Winooski still not reported.
Yeah.
Which I don't know how many voters are there actually. And St. Albans has also not reported yet, so that's another town that will likely go for Zuckerman. Guy, would you agree with that characterization? Or
what town?
St. Albans.
Oh no, that's going to go for Rogers.
Rogers. Oh, excuse me, Rogers. So, couple big towns.
See, this is interesting. St. Albans Town, St. Albans City, and Milton
still have not reported.
Those are,
and none of Orange County.
Rogers territory.
And none of Orange County.
Well, so I'm trying to find where Burlington is on this map. Here's South Burlington. Where in the world? Oh. Yeah, it does have. Holy cow! Paul, I'm looking.
I think Rogers might.
I'm looking at the state map with Burlington reporting.
Yeah.
And it says John Rogers 48 to 43 over Zuckerman.
I'm seeing that too.
So I'm not sure what AP's looking at. And they may have some really good advanced numbers. Okay. The other thing with Burlington though, this is important. Oh, this is actually really important. Districts. There are like 5 or 6 precincts, voting districts in Burlington. So these are not complete numbers. There's only, for Burlington, it says that they reported, but there's only 5,000 votes there.
Okay, I just got
So-
another update too. I don't know if you did too.
So there's a lot more coming out of Burlington.
174 out of 247 towns have reported.
In the AP one?
And nope, on the Secretary of State's page. So we're going to know the answer to this question fairly soon, Guy. I would say in the next hour we're going to know if John won or not.
Well, I think, how many Burlington? So only rep district, only one of the representative districts of the what? How many do they have? 5 or 6 there? Have reported. So that's a tough one to call. Let's see, Burlington. Yeah,
Just checking
there's only 1,800 votes from Burlington that have been cast.
Okay.
That have been recorded.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
No, it's more than that.
More
Guy.
than that.
It's a lot more than that. I thought.
There's about 7,000, close to 7,000. So, okay, the Burlington numbers are starting to pile up, and John Rogers is still ahead. And that's Chittenden 14 and 13. I'm not sure which ones those are. I could find out pretty quickly. Chittenden 14.
Okay, so in Burlington, only 2 out of 6 districts reported. You're right.
Hey, and those are both represented by
The college.
Democrat progressives.
Yes.
Mary Catherine Stone and Brian Sheena. So those are.
Oh yes.
Those are deep blue.
Super blue. Yeah.
Districts. Whereas one might think that the new north end of Burlington could conceivably be pretty friendly to Rogers. Some maybe the south end too, but not those districts. But they're already recorded. So this is this is going to be close.
Yes, it is.
All right.
I'm getting nervous, Guy. I can't help it.
Right.
Ah.
Well, so anyway, let's. I'm going to keep looking at some House races here, and you, as it repopulates, if there are, Paul, you keep your eyes on Orange.
Sure.
And Addison Senate and Lieutenant Governor. Okay.
Okay.
And
I can
gonna
do that.
And just keep repopulating them and showing them and talking about them. Let's see.
Yeah, Addison. I'm looking at Addison County with Stephen Hefferman. 16 out of 25 towns reporting he does have a pretty good lead, but once again, we're still waiting on the town of Middlebury, which typically is more blue. From my understanding, Guy, you tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
And then looking
College
over,
town.
checking out Orange County, we're still waiting on. Looks like Randolph has finally reported, so maybe we can check out that Orange seat. But Tunbridge is reported. We're still waiting on a handful of towns for Orange County, so we're going to have to keep our eyes peeled there. Looking back over at the House, I want to take a look and see at that seat for Orange. Well, let's see. This is one of those funky names. Windsor Orange one, maybe? Bruce Post. Still waiting on the town of, let's see, Tunbridge. Let's see, Tunbridge and Royalton. Still waiting on the town of Royalton to report, so we don't know what's going on exactly yet there.
How's Kevin Blakeman doing?
Windsor Orange 2. Let's see. Kevin Blakeman, unfortunately, 4 out of 4 towns reporting. It does appear that Kevin has lost.
To who?
To Rebecca Holcomb and Jim Maslin. But, Lisa...
That's a tough district.
Yes, it is. Kevin and Lisa really put up a good campaign, so good for them. Now, wait a minute. Here's a report from Rob Roper. The Morgans are reporting that they have knocked off Levitt. Guy.
Okay, that's Grand Isle.
Dustin Degree reports Joe Lanou knocked off Mike McCarthy in St. Albans.
Joe Luna.
Yeah.
Okay.
Luna.
This is getting very interesting. Hey, can you talk back to Rob Roper?
Yeah, Rob, if you can hear us, he can.
Rob, I want to know, as far as you know, how many seats does the House need to pick up to support a veto, to get rid of the supermajority?
Yeah, that would be very interesting to know.
Yeah. And I think I have a number in my head, but I think he's probably got a really accurate number.
I just got an update. Let's see, once again, statewide election. Let's go take a look again at the lieutenant governor's race. 177 towns now reporting John Rogers in the lead, 46 to 44%. Wow. This is going to be a nail-biter. Still no report from St. Albans or Milton. But Guy, man, oh man.
Well, Milton's got to be Rogers' territory.
And St. Albans?
Oh, yeah.
So those are two big towns.
I mean, and the reason I'm so confident, St. Albans City is the one area you might think Zuckerman, but if Mike McCarthy, another House chair,
Sure.
just lost his job
Yeah.
to Joe Luno, then obviously they went for Rogers. I mean, there's no way that didn't happen.
No, this is going to be really interesting to see because, once again, I'm just looking, for example, at the town of, town of Middlebury. How many people live in Middlebury? By the way, Guy, Rob Roper says 15 seats. 15 seats to sustain a veto.
That's a lot.
So is it looking promising that that's going to happen? We're not exactly sure yet, but it does appear some seats have been picked up in the Vermont House, which is interesting for Republicans, that is, which is interesting to say the least. And it also does appear that at least one of the Senate seats has. I'm going to go back again. Let's take a look at the...
Yeah, boy, Leland Morgan absolutely destroyed Josie Levitt.
If we go...
the Morgans, their uncle and nephew, I believe. Michael Morgan, for those of you who read the Chronicle, is the fellow who someone tampered with the lug nuts on his truck.
That's right.
And he is the #1 vote getter. He's a colonel in the Air Guard, I believe. 26.53. Uncle Leland, 2603, and Josie Levitt at 21%. So that is a pickup right there. Let's see. Now that was okay. I'm going to check out Lamoille County and see how their House races are doing here.
Guy, I don't know. I think we're like keeping up with AP right now.
I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie. Like I look at the AP coverage and their numbers on Vermont Public, and I compare it to what we're seeing on the Secretary of State's website.
Okay.
And it depends on the race, but they're a little bit behind. So
Sure.
these are two places where you can really, I mean, if you're somebody out there right now who's like, what's going on in my area, you can learn a lot from, I would start with this website, the Secretary of State's website, and then check it out on Vermont Public, because those are two pretty good sources for info on what's happening locally.
So in the Morrisville, Elmore seat, incumbent Saria Lamont and longtime Democratic representative who just took a couple years off, Dave Iacoboni, easily elected over Charles Burnham and Nick Lopez. So that was one of the Lamoille County seats where the Republicans were, working hard. Now this is most
Guy,
interesting.
huge breaking news right here.
Okay.
Guy Page got one write-in vote for governor. That is Dustin Taylor just wrote that in.
It's a start.
It's a start. It's a landslide.
Tell me, which district did I receive this in?
I don't know, Dustin Tabor. You're gonna have to let us know. Where did he get that vote?
It was probably my wife.
Maybe it could have been
my
me.
sister or my son or someone. No, my sister wouldn't do it. Never mind, Sarah. I didn't mean that.
It was me. No, it wasn't. It wasn't me.
So, hey, we got something here, though. Another Republican pickup in a really tough district. The Lamoille 2, which is Hyde Park, Belvedere, Johnson, Wolcott, they have been electing very, you might say, left people. And Richard Bailey is the new Republican representative, along with Democrat incumbent Dan Noyes. So there's another pickup. I'm going to have to write that one into my little list here. And that would be Richard Bailey. Richard Bailey, if you're listening to us, give us a call. In fact, any of you folks who have won, If you're listening, call us. What's the phone number here?
Yeah, I'm going to type it into the chat, folks, but it is 802-793-8479. I'm going to write it right here in the chat. We would love to hear from you if you are a candidate that has won, because, man, we are starting to see some pickups in the Senate, or excuse me, in the House, that we maybe did not quite expect. So we want to hear from you, man. This is incredible. We're really starting to see these results pour in.
Whoa, ho, ho!
What's this guy?
With only 1 of 4 towns reporting.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Only 1 of 4. And of course they had to repopulate. But Mike Tagliavia in Orange 1 took at least 1 of those towns in Orange 1. Let's see if I can pull that back again. Mike Tagliavia, our friend on who does a radio show with Bill Huff, who was just on, in Orange 1, in what town? The town of Orange has a 2-to-1 lead over incumbent Carl Demrow. Now there are 4 towns in that district, so a long way to go on that one. But a good start anyway for Mike. Let's see. Let's keep them coming here. Orange 1, Orange 2. Democrat Monique Priestley beat back a challenge from Zach Lang. So she is the incumbent, and she is in at least with 2 or 3 towns reporting. Bradford, Fairleigh, I'm not sure what the other town is. Probably West Fairleigh. She's the winner. Let's see. And Orange 3.
Guy, by the way, a little update on your write-in campaign for governor. It's Dustin Tabor writes, it doesn't say where it came from. The Vermont election results page just shows some of the fun write-ins. Some of the write-ins fun to read. So, unfortunately.
The Vermont elections page?
Yeah, I don't know.
Where's that?
I mean, that's where we are. So it's like, maybe if you click statewide, let's click governor. Here, I'm just going to share screen everybody so you can see. Maybe we can find Guy's total write-in. Let's see. Yeah, there you are, Guy.
Where?
Guy Page, 1 vote. There it is.
Hold on.
Somebody wrote in Phil Scott.
Where does it say?
If you click on governor, and then total write-ins under it.
Total write-ins. Oh.
None of the.
I got just 1 less than Trump.
You did, for governor of Vermont.
Oh man. But I'm below none of the above, though.
Yeah, you are. You are. Guy.
That's so funny.
That's so fun. I love it. Oh, that is very funny. Yeah, folks, I'll show you this here just so you can see if you want to.
I got 1 more than you did, Paul.
I know. I'm like, what the heck? Not one of my dumb friends was like, hey, Paul, I voted for you for governor. Oh, man.
That's so funny.
Well, that's
if nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve, okay?
Well, Guy, I got to show you something really quick. I just received a text from our wonderful studio friends. I want to show you this because if you don't want us to be hunched down like this, apparently you can lift this table up so you don't have to.
Oh, yeah?
Look at that. Is that better?
Thanks for telling me.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, this is much better. Thanks.
Is that like
Thanks.
So she said you don't have to be hunched down like that.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I like this.
There you go. So anyways, folks, if you want to see where Guy has received his 1 vote for governor.
Enough on that silly.
There it is. He's just below none of the above. Oh, my bad. Oh, Guy, actually, I have some pretty bad news for you.
Uh-oh.
It's not you. They spelled Paige, P-A-I-G-E. So
those stupid write-ins.
It's not even you.
My name.
It's not even for you, Guy. Sorry.
Maybe they meant Brooke.
I don't know. I don't know. But jokes aside, Lambert Saldi is wondering about the Senate campaign in Washington County, or the Senate race. So I'm just going to show that quickly.
It's real simple. All 3 Democrats were resoundingly reelected.
Yeah, there they are.
And the top one was Michael Deering, then No, I'm sorry. It was Mike Doyle, then Don Koch, then Michael Deering, I think.
There's another update. So here we go. Now 16 of 25 towns reporting in Addison County. Does not look like Middlebury still has not reported. So we're still waiting here, folks. Let's check in with Vermont Public. Maybe they have a little bit of an update for us too. Looks like the John Rogers and Zuckerman race on their end is still neck and neck, giving Zuckerman actually, well, now they're exactly tied now with 47.8% of the vote going to both of them. So this is going to be a nail biter, at least from there. Let's look at the Vermont the official, unofficial results from the Secretary of State's websites. But here we go. This is Lieutenant Governor's race. And it looks like Rogers is still winning by about 2% with 184 out of 247 towns reporting. So this is going to be a close one. Man, just can't say it enough. This is going to be interesting. Now let's go check on the Orange County race again. Let's see what's happening if we have any updates from there. 184 of 247 towns reporting. That's the number that I'm seeing. I don't know about you, Guy, but that's where we're at. So let's go back to the Orange County race. 7 out of 13 towns reporting. Larry Hart leading still, 52 to 43. He's got about a 10-point lead on Mark McDonald with about
many towns?
With more than half of the towns reporting.
Wow.
So
No kidding. Is Randolph in yet?
let's see. The town of Randolph is in, and actually Larry Hart beat Mark McDonald in Randolph.
My gosh.
Here, folks, here's the, let's see.
Let's take a real look at that now, huh?
So here we go. Larry Hart beating Mark McDonald in Randolph by about 100 votes, a little bit less than 100 votes. Wow. Wow, folks. That right there, that's a big, big, big race. Wow. And that's not everything, but it does look like Larry Hart might run away with this one. That's not all the towns, but the ones that haven't reported. Washington, I mean, when I ran for state senate in 2022, I won Washington. So very Republican area right there.
So what are the other towns?
Vershire, very Republican. Corinth, also quite Republican, if I'm not mistaken. But Fairleigh and West Fairleigh is not reported. Chelsea has reported. Larry Hart has won in Chelsea, which also is fairly conservative guy, would you say?
Yeah,
that's
true.
Looking like Larry Hart might run away with this one. One of our Orange County Get Real candidates, Bill Huff, if you're still tuned in, man, oh man, eyes peeled on that one. Let's check back in with Orleans County and see how...
Brookfield is not, no, I think Mark is from Brookfield.
I'm sorry.
But so he'll probably do pretty well there, but that's just one town.
It's a very small town, too.
Washington, yeah, you're right.
Vershire.
Corinth is pretty, it's small, but it's very blue.
Topsom.
Yeah, I think also. But boy, oh boy, oh boy. You know, you gotta start to wonder if Hart's certainly got to be in that looking optimistic, if you know, maybe more than optimistic, maybe looking like a win.
Let's check in with Sam Douglas up in Orleans County. Still the same numbers up there, unfortunately. 11 out of 20 towns reporting. Scott Beck, by the way, still 11 out of 20 towns reporting. So wait a second, I clicked on the wrong one. Orleans County, yep, 11 out of 20. He's got about a 20-point lead, or excuse me, 14-point lead on her. So let's check in. Maybe they'll show on the Senate side on the Orange County.
Hey.
Yes.
Middlebury has reported.
Okay.
Yes, Hardy and Bray took it, but Heffernan is still on top with just barely. I had 300 votes ahead of Ruth Hardy and about 700 votes ahead of Chris Bray. So with Middlebury reporting, remember that was the big block, and that's 17 of 25 towns. Steve Heffernan is in first place.
Holy cow. Wow. So that's at least, well, we'll see. I mean, look, Bray he's a chair of a huge committee. Yeah. And I don't know, Guy, a lot of people aren't really all that happy with him from what I've heard.
I think that's very true.
With maybe some of his relations, not to get into that necessarily, but
it's more than that, though.
It is more than that. It's a lot more than that. I would agree.
Here's the guy who has been saying no, no, no to significant rural Act 250 reform, who is the architect of much of the climate change stuff, was pushing for that all public, basically nature be all public and no private ownership. The whole, boy, people forget, but the whole stormwater runoff thing, that where if you want to pave anything, if you want to have a big roof on your building, you need to pay a ton of money to the state. That was Chris Bray's baby, to reduce phosphorus and that sort of thing. So there have been a lot of very sort of large scale but very unpopular and maybe not all that effective initiatives.
Guy, I want to share another update. This is Lieutenant Governor's race, and we now have Milton reporting. Rogers has still a 2-point lead over David Zuckerman, with St. Albans and St. Albans City still not reporting, and some of the Orange County towns, as mentioned before. So we are still looking at that race, man. This is going to be a nail-biter, and I think it's going to be decided by a few votes.
Hey, you know what? I'm sorry, but Chittenden County is in.
Yeah.
Big Chittenden County
is in.
You know, only Heinsberg, Huntington, and you know, but towns like St. Albans, Stowe is going to go for Rogers. All these towns up in the Northeast Kingdom, they're all going to go there. Now, some of those, Royalton, Barnard, there are definitely still some towns that you can say, yeah, those are going to be strong for Zuckerman, but mostly,
I don't know, Guy. I'm looking at it. I'm also talking with some of the folks on his team, and they're pretty excited right now. So let's just hang in there. But
hey, again,
let's hang in there.
Burlington.
That's right. We're still not.
How many? We've got 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. What's that? 5 of their districts have reported, totaling 5, 6, totaling, wow, an awful lot of votes. 5 out of 6 votes have reported.
I think it's going to happen, Guy. Stowe not reporting yet. Stowe not reporting, which I think probably will lean more red. I want Stowe.
It always has, and especially this year with the tax situation. Stowe got murdered.
That's right. They got
property
walloped.
Taxes. Hey, if Rob Roper, if you're listening, would you mind giving us some feedback on Stowe, because he lives in Stowe, on Stowe and John Rogers and Zuckerman? How you think that might shake out?
You could also call me if you want. You can join the conversation. We'd love to have you join.
Rob.
My phone is not on Do Not Disturb, so.
184 out of 247 reporting. My gosh. Okay, I'm still counting up these House seats. This is kind of fun.
This is kind of fun.
Yeah. Ideally, I'd have 4 or 5 industrious little interns here, but I don't.
Come on, Guy. I'm doing a good job. What do you mean?
Oh, well, you're not an intern, Paul. You're part of the team here.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, hold on a second. I'm hearing reports that Jed Lipsky, who is the representative from Stowe, supported John Rogers.
Oh.
So that'll help him.
Oh, that
bigly.
Jed's very popular there.
Very, very popular. Jed is, by the way, such an amazing human being.
Yeah.
I ran, of course, for State Senate 2022, and Jed Stowe was part of the district, and Jed honestly was just such a great person to be able to talk to, bounce ideas off of. He is such a thoughtful person, and he cares so much about the people that he seeks to represent. So maybe his support will help John. I can't imagine that it won't. But Guy, you look like you've figured something out over there.
In Caledonia County, the Waterford district, represented by Bobby Farlise Rubio, who's a Democrat. And if you're into astronomy, he's your man. This guy knows everything about astronomy. He's a good guy. And he, with 1 of 3 towns reporting, he is being beaten 61 to 34% by Deborah Lynn Powers. She is a insurance representative, insurance executive, very strong on basically Phil Scott style, controlling spending. So there's 2 more towns to report there, so we can't really call that one for Deborah Lynn Powers, but that may be possibly another House pickup in the town of Waterford, southern Caledonia County. And let's see, where else should we be looking here? Caledonia, no. Caledonia 2. And folks, I'm just trying to figure out what other House seats are of particular interest here that we don't really know yet much about.
Guy, I do have someone on the line here.
Who's this?
This is Sam Douglas.
Oh.
Sam calling in from Orleans County. Sam, how you doing?
Doing very well. Hi, Paul. Hi, Guy.
Hey, Sam.
What do you have to report?
Well, it's, not all the towns are in, at least not last time that I looked, but it is extremely likely that I will be the next senator for Orleans County.
Wow. That's a very, very big win. Once again, folks, I do have Sam here on the phone. Please let us know if you can hear him all right. We just want to keep that double check, but let's take a look at the results real quick. So as we see here, there's only 11 out of 20 towns reporting, but man, so Sam, you do seem to think that this is it.
Yeah, the math doesn't lie, so
yeah,
it's looking very, very good. So yeah.
You know, Lowell is Mark Higley territory. I got to think you're going to do pretty well in Lowell. Sam.
Lowell is one of my strongest and best towns.
Yes, that's right,
so,
and they haven't reported yet.
So is Irisburg.
And Craftsbury has, so that's
yes.
already in play. That's her town. So Sam, I'd be very shocked if the numbers turned around here. So I'm confident in saying, hey, Senator Sam, we're going to be seeing you in the green room down at the State House.
I certainly hope to see you down there, Guy.
Yeah. So, Catherine Sims has Bobby Starr's endorsement. Very strong campaigner, smart lady, a lot of money. How'd you beat her?
Yeah, I think it's just a lot of word of mouth. We ran a very, very tight, very efficient grassroots campaign on a shoestring budget. I don't know my exact spend totals, but I think we spent less than $30,000, which is in great comparison to the amount of money that she spent or that was spent on her from other people and organizations. And I think it really was just a lot of word of mouth. It was a lot of grassroots campaigning, and it was a lot of just optimism across Orleans County and the towns from Caledonia and from Franklin. I think Vermonters, they've had enough when it comes to the affordability problem, and I think they're definitely saying that at the polls, at the voting booth. And I think really that's what made this a nice success for us and for all of my volunteers, my team. And across the campaign, the whole time, I was very, very clear. And I think I said this when I was on your show a couple of weeks ago, that this campaign was not my campaign. This was not my race. I always use words like our and we or the, because it's not about me. It's about the Northeast Kingdom. It's about Orleans County. It's about the voters that voted for me, the voters that didn't even vote for me, and it's about the volunteers that supported all of this from the beginning to the end, and really made it all happen. Because it's my name might be on the ballot, my name might be on the yard sign, mostly because it'd be very difficult to put a couple thousand names on a yard sign. So, yeah, I think that's what did it for us.
Wow.
Well, I just got to say, Sam, I ran last time, you ran last time, and I can only imagine how elated you must feel right now to have this. I mean, I know this is something you care so much about your community, and I relate being a similar type character, young guy from the area, to have that seat, man. Congratulations to you, truly. That is just such an honor. and I'm sure that there's nobody better to represent the area. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. My legs still hurt from standing at the polls for 10 hours, but beyond that, we're feeling pretty good, and we're excited to go home. The wife and I have to drive, and we're gonna kick back and maybe watch an episode of our favorite program. So.
Well, hey, I just want to thank you so much again for calling in. Hope to catch up with you sometime soon, and congratulations. And hopefully, this won't change. I don't think it is, but again, congrats, Sam.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Guy.
Of course.
Thank you. Hey, we have got something. Another one here. Heather Chase. You may remember Heather Chase as the person who was complaining vociferously about David Zuckerman trying to give her feminine products. She's a 50-something representative, Democrat. She has lost her seat to Republican challenger Thomas Charlton. That's in the Windsor-Windham. Yes, I'm going to find out exactly what towns that is. Windsor-Windham of Athens, Chester, and Grafton. And Charlton took Athens and Chester, lost narrowly in Grafton, and he is the new representative. So, boy, oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There may be, and a lot of towns haven't reported, and there are a couple places where Dems picked up seats. But I'm looking at 13, maybe 13 Republican House seat pickups. Now, that's a really, really rough number because, I'm just going to reiterate here, not all the towns are in on a number of those, and also that does not count some of the there were a couple places like in Colchester and another place where the Democrats actually picked up seats. So we may be looking at, I don't know, maybe a net of, when Jason Malucci said 9 seats, that might be a pretty accurate pickup in the House.
Guy, this is AP estimates for John Rogers. I have, let's see here, 48% John Rogers. David Zuckerman, 47%, with 83% of the votes counted. Now, if we go take a look at the Lieutenant Governor's map, and we look around some of the places that it does appear, it looks like from here, it looks like John has about a 2-point lead over with a
little less, 1.5 point.
Okay, 1.5 point lead.
198 towns reporting.
So very, very tight. But we now have reports from St. Albans, but not St. Albans City. We're waiting on Cambridge, Stowe, which is likely to pull for Rogers. We are waiting on, let's see, the town of Lincoln, Hancock, Rochester, some of these Orange County,
all those Northeast Kingdom towns.
These are all going to go for Rogers up here. Everything up here is going to go for Rogers.
The Orange County towns, or Caledonia, Peacham, Barnet, Reigate, those could go, 1 or 2 of those could go for Zuckerman. Montpelier apparently has, I'm saying it hasn't shown yet. Montpelier is definitely going to go
for Zuckerman.
Well, yeah, I think so.
It definitely will. I would say definitely.
Hardwick, again, we don't have Hardwick in yet. And Hardwick, that's a funny town. I'm thinking Rogers there, but
I'm thinking Rogers is going to win this race. We still got a little bit of time to go here. Yeah. We got 30 seconds till the next update, so we'll just wait on that. Is that
how they do that?
That is how they do that, yeah.
Lincoln, Heinsberg, Rochester, Hancock, Stockbridge. Someone asked about Stockbridge. They went 49-44 for Rogers. Barnard's a fairly liberal town. Plymouth, Peru, yeah. Oh, Timoth, that's interesting. Let's check them out. See how they're going and see what Robin Chestnut Tangerman was running in that House seat in Timoth. I'm kind of curious about that run. Oh boy, that was Rutland something.
We just got another update. Still tight. Nothing's changed very much.
Wow, another Republican pickup. Chris Pritchard beat Democrat incumbent Robin Chestnut Tangerman. Well, or did he beat him, or is that just with the with a number of towns? They just did one of those annoying updates. So that was Rutland Bennington. With 4 of 5 towns reporting, Chris Pritchard 10 points ahead of Robin Chestnut Tangerman. Wow. Okay. Oh, you know what? We haven't even looked at Rutland yet.
Rutland County?
Yeah, those city seats where
oh, that's right.
Ray Keyser's son was
Sure.
running. I'm going to look at those suckers. Those would be interesting. So that's another pickup there. Rutland, Patty McCoy reelected, no surprise there. Bill Canfield reelected, no surprise there. 11, Jim Harrison reelected. Chris Brown. Where is that?
Uh-oh, guy. I got the Keyser race pulled up right here.
The what?
The Keyser race, I got it right here.
Hold on,
Hey,
don't tell me.
Don't tell you? I won't
it.
tell you. I won't tell you.
Find it. Wow. And Chris Howland in Rutland City, Rutland Town, beat Taddeo. That's a pickup. Whose seat was that? Was Paul Clifford's? No, that wasn't Paul Clifford's seat. That was Mary Howard's seat, wasn't it? Oh no, that. Huh. Anyway, sorry.
Guy, I'm going to tell you.
Go ahead.
Keyser won.
Whoa!
Chris Keyser, the son of a former governor.
That's right.
Chris Keyser won his seat in Rutland County, which actually, let's see what town is that specifically. It is Rutland City.
It's Rutland City. That's technically not a pickup because Paul Clifford is a retiring Republican, but he beat Anna Taddeo there.
Okay.
Okay, but what was that? But that is, that's a really, the symmetry of that is kind of interesting because Ray Keyser, his dad, was the last of the long, oh so long line of Republican governors. And he got knocked off in 1962 by Phil Hoff, who was really the beginning of the sort of the Democratic takeover, you might say.
Can I give an update on John Rogers' race?
Mary Howard beat Cindy Laskovich. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
With 205 out of 247 towns reporting, John Rogers is leading by actually 1 point. He is leading by 1 point. He's got about 3,000, around 4,000 more votes than Rogers. This is actually now, it does appear the town of Stowe still hasn't reported. Let's see, some of the bigger places for maybe Zuckerman to win. Do we have Montpelier yet, Guy?
No.
Montpelier, are you sure? I think we do. Yeah, we do. We have Montpelier reported with, let's see, David Zuckerman taking Montpelier 3,000 to 1,300 votes. So really a huge lead there. But I don't know, Guy. I think that.
Okay. Hold on. Sorry. I'm flipping around from different races here.
What I was going to say though is I'm looking at a lot of these towns that are left, and none of them are super D strongholds.
So your point is that John Rogers is still up by 3,000 votes.
I think he's going to win.
In.
I think he's going to win. I mean, you can't call the vote. You can't call it, but it does look like he's got this.
Because there's no big haymakers left to throw.
No.
For the other side.
No, there's nothing left to throw. This is it. This is it. And there's another update. So let's see. We still got 205 towns reporting.
Wow.
So, but I think he's got it. I really do.
That's, yeah. I'd be a little cautious before.
Me too. I'm cautious.
Calling it.
I'm cautious.
But I see what you're saying, Paul.
You know, I mean, I'm looking at towns like Cabot and Marshfield, right? Like they voted him in. Those are two like progressive towns.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. Actually, I take that. I shouldn't say that though. Maybe progressive in the true sense of the word. Like when you go up to Cabot, at least the sense that I get is there's a lot of very Vermont-minded people. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, Cabot's an interesting
you know what I
town
mean?
that way. Yeah.
It's kind of like just give a good example, the town of Cabot. If you've ever been to Harry's Hardware Store and The Den, which is a bar/hardware store.
Okay.
And that to me is just like so Vermont, multi-purpose place. So Cabot going to Rogers to me, I mean, I know it's a tiny town, folks, but that's kind of an important win. Cabot, Marshfield.
Rutland 4.
But Guy, I don't know. We got some more to go here. He did win both Barrie City and Barrie Town. Brookfield's still not reporting. Hey, why don't we take a look at the Senate race and see how Mark McDonald and Larry Hart are doing in the orange race. So now with 8 out of 13 towns reporting, we're still waiting on Brookfield for Mark McDonald. This is going to be a close one, I think, too, Guy. But we'll see. They're still out of 8 out of 13 towns. Man, Orange County is taking forever. Bill Huff, what is going on over there?
Oh, check this out. Not only did Chris Keyser win, he knocked out the House Assistant Majority Leader.
Oh, my goodness.
Bill Knott.
Oh, man. Democrats are taking huge losses this year. Which one is that again? Rutland 4 or 6?
I'm still trying to figure that out.
I think it's Rutland 7.
That was Chris Keyser's Rutland 7.
Rutland 7. Yep.
And that's Chris Keyser and Chris
Who did
Howland.
he beat? Bill Knott?
Bill Knott.
He was a chair?
He not a chair. He was the assistant leader of one of the assistant leaders of the Democratic caucus.
Okay. So, Guy, talk to me. I have some thoughts here. We're not calling anything yet. There's still a very close race happening with David Zuckerman and John Rogers. But I'm not mistaken if I say that the lieutenant governor, he decides the chairs of each committee.
There is a committee on committees.
Committee of committees, that's right.
Name.
That's right,
and,
committee on committees.
Which is the pro tem, Baruth, the lieutenant governor, and another appointed member of the Senate.
Who's picked by the governor? Or I see the Senate picks.
The Senate does that. So it'll be whoever the current pro tem is, and it'll be who the new pro tem is, and which will probably, well, that's a good question. And it'll be lieutenant governor and this third member, which used to be Dick Mazza.
Well, the point that I'm making though, bunch of these committee seats getting knocked out. Huge names too.
Sure.
Even appearing like Chris Bray even. That's a huge one. Lieutenant governor. I mean, nothing's over yet, but he might do it. We're looking at a very serious shakeup in the Vermont State House 2025.
In the Vermont Senate. Let's get down to brass tacks.
Sure.
On the Senate. You've got let us say that Hart and Heffernan both win.
Sure.
Beck, Brennan, Douglas are definitely winners. 12 Republican seats. First and foremost, folks, Governor Scott has got his veto back.
That's huge.
Governor Scott has got his veto back. The second thing that this means, and this is inside baseball stuff, but this is the real deal. There are members of the Democratic Senate who are not terribly happy with Phil Baruth's somewhat left-leaning Chittenden County style of leadership.
Wouldn't that be nice?
So,
Wouldn't that be nice?
So you have a caucus of 12, let us say 12 Republicans. Let's say Larry Hart and Steve Heffernan win. Don't know if it'll happen. It could. And then there's these Democrats who want to see a change. And maybe they think that they'll get to be a chair, whereas they weren't a chair under Phil Baruth, so maybe some of them come over. Maybe they just are tired of some of the progressive or bust policies of the Senate. And so they're going to say, you know what? We want a more centrist, an Ann Cummings, a Tom Chittenden, or someone like that to be running the Senate, to be the Senate pro tem. So it's not going to happen that the Republicans are going to take over the Senate.
No.
They're not going to have those votes. But
No.
they might have enough votes to really shake things up a lot.
Yeah, definitely. We just got another update on the Rogers race. He is up by 0.08 points.
Okay. Which
Or
is
excuse me, 0.8 points.
0.82.
Is it 0.8?
0.82.
Yeah.
0.82.
Okay, so we are
Yep, that's close.
very close.
That's very close. And good old Ian Diamondstone.
As
he
close
keeps
as it
picking
gets.
them up. I wonder and that's with 207 towns reporting. So one thing this does very strongly suggest, Paul, is David Zuckerman is probably going to ask for a recount.
Yes.
Of course he is. I mean, if there's only less than 3,000 votes separating them right now. But again, you look at these towns, the Kingdom, sorry, they're going to go for Rogers.
Their guy.
Cambridge, I lived in Cambridge for a long time. It's a funny town, but I'm thinking that's not going to be a big Zuckerman place. I can tell you that right now. And Brookfield, yeah, West Fairleigh, Topsham. Yeah, there's just not a lot of big strongholds for David Zuckerman to.
There's none.
Yeah, I mean Stamford is if anything a Trump town. You know.
Where's that? Down
exactly
south.
so. It's
Yeah.
down right on the border.
Yeah, way down.
And ditto Reedsboro and.
I mean, Stowe, I think, is going to go for Rogers, too.
I can't imagine that Stowe would go for Zuckerman. It just would baffle me. Wow. So let's do some Senate re-ups here. Look at our two big races. Addison County, 20 of 25 reporting. Ruth Hardy is back on top. Steve Heffernan is still number 2. Chris Bray is behind him by 254 votes.
Oh, boy.
So again, we're looking at a recount no matter what happens. Now, what towns have not reported yet? The town of Orwell, which I believe tends to run more on the Shoreham, right next door to it. Shoreham and Orwell are very similar towns, and Shoreham went strongly for Heffernan. So that's one town that hasn't reported. Let's see, what other towns? Run your cursor over this, Paul, if you can, and see what comes up.
Hancock has not reported.
Hancock, huh? I know nothing about Hancock.
Rochester has not reported.
Don't know much. I think Rochester does tend to go a little bit more on the blue side, I think.
Whiting?
Yeah.
Not reported.
Another small town. Good question, boy. Good question.
But that's with Middlebury reporting, by the way.
Yeah.
So
yeah. All the big towns
are in,
so to speak, in Addison County have reported.
Rochester is not reported, though, which is one of the probably bigger towns that's left. It's not huge.
It's not very big.
Don't get me wrong, but
it's fairly blue, I believe.
Okay, yeah, Rochester's very blue. One of our commenters is writing that.
Yeah. Huh. Okay, so that's Addison. It's definitely closed up on us. Now let's take a look at Orange, our other big one. Larry Hart, 53-42 with 8 of 13 towns reporting. Wide margin there. And Bradford, Chelsea, Corinth. Corinth has reported. Okay, and wow, that's interesting. They went strongly for Larry Hart. Fairleigh, Randolph, Stratford, Tunbridge, Williamstown. And Vershire, you're right. Vershire is has not reported, and they do tend to run more red.
Man, this Rogers one is going to be
so close.
So close.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at, Stowe, like I had said, still not reporting. Ripton, Bristol, I think is reported there, guys. Man, it's going to be really... Also, Guy, just if you are wondering, Trump is projected to win the state of Georgia.
Okay.
As a swing state. Just throwing that out there, folks, for anyone who's wondering.
Okay. That doesn't surprise me an awful lot. Boy, down in Springfield, Alice Emmons, longtime House chair, just barely held on by 21 votes against Keith Stern, who is one of these sort of perennial Republican candidates. Wow, that was a close one, but she held on. Let's see, that was Windsor 3, Windsor 2. Whoa, another one. Well, almost anyway, with 2 or 3 towns. This is a fascinating one. I know I keep saying this, but VL Coffin in towns of like Baltimore, Cavendish, and what's the other town there in that district? I forget. In the Windsor 2 district, but he apparently has won. This is a Bronze Star winner from Afghanistan. Served in Afghanistan, has come back and has apparently taken the. Did I say Windsor 2? Is that what I called it? Yeah, John Harrison's old seat. And that might just be a VL, that might be another Republican pickup in the House. Let's see. I'm working my way up from the bottom here.
I'm just looking around at it does appear that there's been quite a few Republican pickups in the House. We're having another, let's see, there's another update. Let's look at the Lieutenant Governor's race again. Rogers up 45%, and beating Zuckerman by just a single point, folks. I mean, it is literally as tight as it gets here, but it's about a 3,000 vote difference. So just anyone out there, Vermont Republicans specifically, who thinks that their vote doesn't matter, it obviously does. Your vote does matter.
That's right.
So that's definitely something to keep in mind. But man, Guy, I don't know. How long do you think it will be before we know the answer to the official results for the Lieutenant Governor's race?
Official results?
Yes.
How late do you want to stay up?
That's a good question. I'd stay up all night.
I'm doing pretty well. I wish there were a place we could get coffee at this point.
I know, that'd be kind of nice.
There's a coffee pot in this place?
There might be, but hey, Raylene, if you're still listening.
Yeah. Someone, please, bring some coffee.
No, we're just kidding.
We're fine.
We'll be all right.
Okay, Windham 3. Yeah, Windham County is remaining solidly Democrat, as one might imagine. No. Wow, I mentioned, Paul.
Yeah.
That Dale Gassett from Windham County had run a strong race, but had not won as senator in Windham County. His wife, Nancy, who is a firebrand, let's see which, Vernon, she has in the Vernon Guilford, is it Guilford or Guildhall? I think it's Guilford. The Vernon Guilford district, she has taken Vernon. Guilford does run a little bit more Democrat than Vernon does, and there's still with that town to report. But right now, Nancy Gassett looks like she may be taking back the Vermont Yankee seat, what used to be known as the Vermont Yankee seat, before it shut down, and which Sarah Coffey has held for a long time. Nancy Gassett, boy, I tell you, if she gets elected, the House is going to know that Nancy Gassett is in the building. I can tell you that right now. She is a firebrand. Okay. Let's see. That was Windham 1? Yeah, that's fascinating. Wow. Can she hold on to that? That was Windham, Windsor, Bennington.
Let's see here, folks. We're going to check on Lieutenant Governor's race one more time. Here it is. Still, same exact point that we were at a few minutes ago.
Yep.
How about this? Let's look at the Senate again. Addison County, Hefferman, with 22 out of 25 towns reporting. Hefferman still leading Chris Bray. Looks like he could do it. We'll see. Not sure. Rochester still not reported, which does so apparently lean sort of blue. So we're going to find out that race.
Michael Booten, definitely. It's official here looking at it. He got 1,800 votes compared to Teddy Wasazik's 1,400. Jonathan Williams, incumbent, unseated. Democratic incumbent, unseated. Okay, that was, holy cow. So where was that one? Wow, that's amazing. They're just piling up here, Paul.
Yeah, I know.
I hadn't written him in, and now I have. And I'm seriously, I'm starting to wonder if we're going to get to a
veto-proof House.
If yes, and if Laura Sibilia, this is the other thing. This is, if she loses the supermajority, largely due to her leadership, and the buck stops with her as the Speaker of the House. And if they lose the supermajority and everything that goes with that, Laura Sibilia is going to be in a good place to say, actually, you know what? I want this seat. I want to be the Speaker.
So, and I will throw this out there. I did run into a Jay Hooper over in Northfield a couple weeks ago, and he had signs made up ready for this after the election more so, but there's going to be a public forum, I think it's December 7th, for Speaker of the House debate between Sibilia and Jill Krasinski. So, hey man, I don't know what's going to happen. We're still not sure about Rogers even, but it does feel like there's a lot of leadership changes happening in this state, Guy.
I could see that.
We'll see what happens, but there's still a lot to find out as we click away here, trying to figure out the result. 86% of the vote is in Vermont, folks. We have 213 out of 247 towns reporting. Man, I'm just overwhelmed, honestly. Guy's got something.
Another one, Kevin Winter, Republican, has taken a seat vacated by Democrat Logan Nickel down in Ludlow, Mount Holly, Shrewsbury, over Adrienne Raymond, 55-40. So we have yet another unknown, out of the blue Republican picking up a House seat. And when I get through with this list, I'm actually going to count them all up.
Guy, can I read you my predictions I made from yesterday?
Sure.
I think I did okay, but nothing's set in stone yet. But
My prediction for tomorrow, massive MAGA landslide. Does appear like that's happening. We're not sure yet, but we'll see. Republicans in the Vermont.
Are we talking Vermont?
Yeah, Sky. Yes. I'm almost there.
MAGA?
Yeah. Well, I said not in Vermont. No,
okay,
but
well, that's what I'm asking.
in the country.
All right.
And then I said Republicans in Vermont House pick up like between 5 and 10 seats, which it's looking like more than that. And then I said 3 new Republican Vermont senators, Larry Hart, Brennan, and Douglas, and very tight win for John Rogers. And I should have said another, by the way, I should have added in Scott Beck. I should have said Scott Beck, but I didn't for some reason.
Did you mention Brennan?
I did mention Brennan. Good. Brennan, Douglas, and Hart.
I'd say you did pretty well there.
I think I did pretty well too.
Yeah.
I think I almost nailed it spot on.
Hey, Mike Tagliavia, Republican in Orange County with 2 of 4 towns reporting now, 55 to 41.
Oh boy.
So that is, that's Carl Demro's seat.
Fingers crossed for him.
Orange County.
I know he's put up a really strong campaign, as well as all the support. Honestly, kudos to Orange County, man. They put up a really strong group of candidates across the board.
Hey,
truly.
let me ask you something.
Sure.
Do you know Samantha Lefebvre?
Yeah, I do.
Samantha
I do.
Atwood, I believe.
Yeah.
We should have her on the show.
I agree.
Yeah.
She was a state rep from the town of Orange.
Right.
And then they moved her district somewhere else or something. I forget exactly what happened there.
Yeah, she basically got redistricted and lost to someone, but okay.
Well, it still appears that Rogers is beating Zuckerman by a single point.
All right.
And that's on Secretary of State's website and Vermont Public. So very close. Mike is doing a lot better than Samantha did. That's from Shane Lefebvre. He just wrote that in.
Gosh.
What's that guy?
If this is what I think it is. Oh, no, it isn't.
Okay. You got me all excited.
No, but this is interesting. This is interesting. Cambridge. I used to live in Cambridge, okay, before I moved to Barrie. And Cambridge is one of those really up and down towns. It's had Republicans, it's had Democrats. More recently, it's had Democrats. In particular, Lucy Boyden, the Boyden Farms in Cambridge, big farm, extremely well-known, well-liked family. She was elected by easily last time, and out of the blue, this guy named Paul Sciortino, who is basically sick of the taxes, really sick of the taxes. This is a 2-town district. It's Waterville, smaller, and Cambridge, bigger. Paul Sciortino has he's from Jeffersonville, has cleaned up the Waterville vote, 57 to 39. Now, when Cambridge comes in, good question. You know, is the Boyden factor there going to be big enough to overcome Paul Sciortino? I don't know. That's another one to watch there to put on our list.
Hey, Guy. Another big win maybe not big win for Republicans, but I just saw this and I can't believe we haven't mentioned it yet, was the race with Renner and Chris Matos.
Well, let's look at it.
Matos won.
Oh,
so there's another Republican pickup in the Senate.
A Chittenden County seat. My gosh.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
That's the Chittenden North.
Yep.
Chris Matos, 4,450.
He beat
by 41.
By quite a lot.
Remember when I said that when Milton comes in, does that mean Milton has come in?
That means Milton has come in.
Right.
Let's take a look. 86%
so
reporting,
let us
folks.
add that to our list here.
86% reporting. John Rogers won Milton, by the way, by about a little bit more than, 1,300 votes. Wow.
So,
wow.
If Hart and Heffernan hang on, big if, 13 Republican seats in the Senate. Wow.
Holy cow. Balance in Vermont, Guy?
Are we now a purple state?
Are we now a purple state?
With a Republican governor, maybe a Republican lieutenant governor, and no supermajority, perhaps in either House or Senate.
It looking like
That's what a purple state is.
I think the supermajority's gone, Guy.
Well, it certainly is in the Senate. It's absolutely toast in the Senate, and that's really all that matters. You only need one House. but it might be gone in the House too. And I'm running down all my House seats.
This is crazy. You know, and I don't want to say too much because it's not over yet.
It is
but this is the thing, Guy. When you look at the Republican Party in this state and how challenging it is to be a Republican, or maybe it was to run as a Republican, and how just dysfunctional the party has been, the apparatus that's been there has been nearly non-existent.
Yeah.
Think about what, let's say these seats are picked up and you have 13 Vermont state
The
senators.
Morgans are clear winners.
Okay.
6 and 6.
So
they're in.
let's say you have balance again in the state house.
Okay.
And the Republican has almost like no apparatus to get people elected. Think about, these are all grassroots campaigns with no budgets. I mean, the Democratic Party has way more money than the Republican Party. They also have their investments with the media. They have, you know, maybe their left arm, if you will, in the media to a certain degree. That's maybe I'm not.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, with Vermont Public and VT Digger, right? Like they have entire teams of people, right, reporting on this media. I don't know, Guy. I can't help but to think, like, what has been accomplished this year. We'll see. Nothing's done yet, but imagine if there was like a strong Republican Party in the state with like money and like actual resources and like, man, like what could the state look like? So I don't know. It's a pretty incredible day so far. Now 216 or 214 towns reporting out of 247, 86%. So we're going to find out.
Last time anything like this happened was the civil unions, Take Back Vermont, that whole thing where the Republicans sort of briefly took control back for a little while. It's the last time that was 24 years ago.
So wait, the supermajority in the Senate is gone.
Oh, it's gone.
It's gone.
Toast.
It's gone.
Absolutely.
Supermajority is gone. Wow.
Ding dong. Oh my gosh. Another one. Brenda Steady, Republican. Have you ever heard of Brenda Steady before? Well, I hadn't, but she has just taken the Milton Westward House seat.
Wow.
Over Julia Andrews. I'm trying to find out where exactly that one is. Wow. That is Chittenden 25, okay?
I'm just blown away right now.
Me too.
Because I was saying to you before this all has happened, we've watched this, we've done this before, and we're maybe a little sad about the town meeting day elections up in Burlington. We were a little surprised, shocked even, and we didn't want that to be this way. And man, we're seeing some encouraging results. And here's an update right now on the Lieutenant Governor's race. I'm going to share the screen so you folks can see it. John Rogers is still ahead by a single point with 87% of the votes counted. He is winning by, let's see, about 4,000, a little bit less than 4,000 votes maybe. Actually, sorry, 3,000. He's got 3,000 more. So there definitely will be a recount, Guy.
And Winooski is in, by the way.
Winooski is in there. Everybody, all the big ones are in.
Yeah.
But Guy, I'm wondering, how long does a recount take, and how long, do we really know that that's going to happen, and what is that like when it does?
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
I'm trying to think how they've done recounts before, and I don't know, Paul. I don't know. Yes, how long will a recount take? Although I got to think with 1%, in recount territory, 1% is actually a lot.
I don't know, Guy. I'm pretty blown away by this. I'm serious. What we do know right now, take just the sheer money that the Democratic Party has compared to the Republican Party, the power that the Democratic Party has compared to the Republican Party. It's not even close. It's not even close. And we are seeing these grassroots, small town community campaigns with, bare bones budgets, nothing. Getting it done, guy.
Orchard operators.
It's pretty incredible to watch this right now. Jerry Ziller writes, about time Republicans turning out. Thank you all. Couldn't agree more. Never seen anything like this here in Vermont.
Caledonia 2. Caledonia 2.
Let's check back in maybe with that Senate race with Larry Hart and see where the numbers are.
The Hardwick seat is now a Republican.
See, there you go.
My gosh, I can't wait to finish up this count, and because I think the House supermajority is going to be gone. Wow, Mike Southworth. Wow. Okay. Let's see how. No, that's wrong.
I don't know, guy. This is pretty crazy.
It is.
Trump won Idaho.
Oh, wow. It's all over now.
I'm looking at.
That does not surprise me. If he can't take Idaho.
Vermont Franklin County is 100% Republican.
Yeah. Okay, Pennington 2. Okay, Pennington 1. Okay, Bruce Busa is now behind with 3 of 5 towns reporting. So he may be not on the list. We shall see. Remember, he was the fellow from southern Vermont. Okay. 1. Oh yeah, Pennington Round. Let's check that one out. Pennington Round.
69% of the vote counted in Pennsylvania, and Trump's up. Just saying.
What's that again?
69% of the vote counted in Pennsylvania, and Trump's up by 3 points.
Yeah, let's see. I wonder where Philly's at with that.
It's going to be tight.
Yeah, that's the big vote. Let's see. It looks like Sandy. Okay. Oh yeah, I gotta check that out now. Addison County.
88% reported John Rogers still with a 1-point lead over David Zuckerman.
Can you review our Hart and Heffernan, please?
Yep, we can do that. Let's go check on Hart Heffernan. Senate. We can go to...
Rob North beats Diane Lamphere in...
Heffernan won.
Won?
Well, wait a second. Sorry. 23-25. 23 out of 25 towns reported. Hefferman's in first place.
Let's take a look at that.
He's just barely in first place, like 13 votes ahead.
1,000. But
he's beating Bray by...
Between Bray, he's got a 600 vote lead over Chris Bray. And the 2 towns not reporting yet are...
Rochester.
Whiting
and
Rochester. How many votes? Boy, I wish we could look at...
Last year?
2 years ago, how they voted.
I can do it.
It says, change elections.
Yeah, I just did it.
Okay.
Wait, did I?
You find out what the spread was in Rochester and Whiting last time.
Sure.
And how many votes they had.
Sure. Wait a second. Senate. Addison County. The town of Rochester had about 300 votes.
Oh, okay, that's not going to do it.
No, it's not. So it looking like Hefferman might win, folks.
Wow.
About 400. 500, yeah.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20,
Okay, but
21. Hey,
yeah,
I'm fairly confidently saying right now, the House is going to pick up 20 Republican seats, which is 7 more than they need to override the supermajority. And it might be more than that.
wow.
Wow.
This is pretty incredible.
Wow. Whew.
I'm trying to look at some of this here, and I'm struggling to find. Okay. Yeah, it does appear Hefferman's going to pull away with it.
How is Hart doing?
Larry Hart with 8 out of 13 towns still only reporting what is going on down there in Orange County. He's still got about a 10-point lead over Mark McDonald.
Comfortable lead.
And the only town that hasn't reported is Brookfield, West Fairleigh, Versham, Washington. I can't help but to wonder, though, Guy, if they have reported and it's just like one of these things where it's not being updated yet. This has happened over the years. I'm going to go look at the results from AP.
Do that. Do you think anyone's still listening to us, Paul?
Actually, yeah, we have like 200 people watching us on,
No kidding.
on X right now.
Wow. Hey, if there are any candidates listening,
Larry Hart still says that, yeah.
call us.
Yeah, call in.
Yeah. Give them the phone number. Or is the phone number on the screen now?
It's not, but 802-793-8479. I'll say it again, 802-793-8479. If you want to join in the convo, we'd love to hear from you.
Shane Lefebvre here is saying that the town of Washington didn't report until the next day last election.
I wonder why they did that.
I think sometimes they're just, there's a snafu of some sort, and that's just what they do. Or it might have been really close. I don't know.
Oh, Guy. Just Hayden Dubois. Do you know Hayden Dubois?
Yeah.
He just wrote welfare check on @the VP on John Walters. Somebody check in on John Walters right now.
Oh, Hayden, kick him when he's down. Come on.
Somebody check in on Chris Bray right now.
Yeah. You know, Chris Bray really, he's a gentleman.
He is a gentleman.
He's a
He is.
guy I would love to just sit down and have a cup of coffee with. He published Governor Jim Douglas's book for him. You know, he's a good guy.
He is.
But I have a lot of disagreements with his vision for Vermont and his policies and what he thinks the role of government is. All that sort of thing. And I'm sure a lot of these folks, you know, probably they're thinking, you know, maybe I have been here a little too long, and maybe it's time to do something else with my life. It comes to all of us. Let's see. Wow.
89% of the vote reporting now.
So where is Dave Zuckerman going to find 4,000 more votes?
He's not gonna.
You know, you got to wonder.
John Rogers is leading him by a full point, a little bit more than a full point, and he's down, like you say, about 4,000 votes total.
And
Is that close enough for a recount?
anything within certainly 1% is recount territory. Yeah. Now, I'm also intrigued here by the vote totals of now 349,000. You remember the total largest ever total was 370,000. That was 4 years ago. And I would say with, I don't know, how many towns left? There's probably a good 20 towns that haven't reported yet.
Yeah.
I got to think there's another, 20,000 votes, 25,000 votes that we may be looking at an all-time voting record. Town of Kirby, that's got to go for Rogers. All those Northeast Kingdom towns. Eden, Lowell, absolutely. Is there a single town left here that you look at that you think, oh no, that's going to go for a big town anyway? That's going to go. Closest thing, maybe
Hardwick.
Maybe Cambridge.
Maybe Cambridge. Yeah.
What was the one you just mentioned?
Hardwick, but
Hardwick's already gone.
Hardwick for me is showing nothing for for votes, nothing reported. But maybe I'm behind you.
Well, you know what? I might be wrong there. Brownington, Irisburg, Lowell, Westmore, Sutton, Glover, Albany, Greensboro, Wheelock. There is Hardwick. I stand corrected. Hardwick has not voted yet, and that means that that House seat, the Caledonia 2 seat, that may well have been a one-town report. Is it Caledonia 2? Is that the one? Yes, that's a 3-town.
Guy, I'm hearing that Trump is winning Pennsylvania. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, but Philly's not in. He was winning it last time too. I mean, hey, I'm with you. I hope he does, but
I'm sorry.
I don't.
It's Colette who's texting me about it, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, well, in that case, that's wonderful news. Thank you. Thank you. That's my wife, folks, if you didn't know that. This Mike Southworth has handily taken Stannard and Walden, the 2 small towns, and it was almost a toss-up in Stannard. He's definitely taken Walden by 2-1. I got to think he's going to take Hardwick too, but Hardwick is the big town of those 3, so we can't quite call Caledonia 2 for a Republican change yet. Hardwick is the one town I could see David Zuckerman doing well in Hardwick. Yeah. But maybe not that big. Let's see.
70% of the vote is in Pennsylvania, and Trump leads by over 160,000 votes. And Philadelphia is in, by the way.
Philadelphia is in?
Is in.
And Trump's still ahead?
Yes.
Well.
By 160,000 votes.
Well, because that's Harris's sweet spot, is Philadelphia.
Is it really?
Oh yeah, I mean that's a large urban area.
Sure.
And that's where, wow. Huh. It's not Amish country, I'll tell you that. Wow. Like, apparently the betting markets are moving towards Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, of course that.
Yeah.
Trump won Georgia. Let's check back. Before we talk anything more about that, let's just make sure that we...
Federal, in Vermont, Kamala 33, Trump 63, Trump 32%. So, as predicted. But however, Trump did take quite a few more towns in Vermont than he did 4 years ago.
Can I say something, Guy?
What?
I think it's very strange that before 7 o'clock or even right at 7 o'clock, they're already calling those races before the poll. They already just, it's over. Like, I'm not saying.
I've always wondered why they do that.
I don't know why they do it. They do it for Kamala, right? And they did it for Bernie. Like, why are they doing that? I don't understand it, but that's just me. I'm not saying it's just a little, like, why not?
Wrong?
No, but just why not just give the,
Yeah.
like, I don't think they're wrong.
Have a moment of silence over the grave.
Yeah, I mean, geez, like they're already before, like somebody who's running, like they put so much heart and effort. Not Trump. I don't really feel bad for him or whatever, but like Malloy, for example, it's like, God, let him have a little hope tonight. I mean, the polls aren't even closed yet, and you guys call the race. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Let's see. Wait, that's Addison Rowland. Now
The renewable. This is Steve Thurston. The renewable cabal just got thrown under the electric bus.
Steve must be feeling great right now. He and his wife Monique are big readers of the Chronicle and live in I think it's Ferrisburg, and they're I know have been supporting Rob North, who is now the new Republican. Apparently, the new Republican legislator for Jens Ferrisburg. Wow. I'm going to keep looking at these House races and see if there's any more updates here. My gosh. How are we going to wrap this all up, huh?
I don't know, Guy. Part of me wonders if we sit here any longer, are we going to have the chance? I don't want to get up and walk away and then all of a sudden everything changes.
That's kind of what I feel about it too.
You know, and then we walk away doing a great coverage and then all right, everybody have a good night. And then we wake up tomorrow and everything's different.
Right. It's been known to happen. Okay. Let's see. Okay, what are the seats I want to really know about? Rob North, Chip Casey. Pennington Rowland.
I'm going to check in on Orange County one more time.
Yep.
9 out of 13 towns. We're still waiting on Brookfield.
Colony 1. Deborah Lynn Powers is still ahead with 2 towns reported. You know, let me know when you got a second to talk, Paul.
I'm ready. What's up?
Okay.
Anytime.
The other thing I'm wondering about is it possible that some of these Democrat candidates, when they ran 2 to 4 years ago, there was this sort of understanding that we're going to get a pay raise.
Yeah.
We're going to make this go through.
Sure.
Didn't go through. And I know some of these candidates have been very publicly saying, this stinks. We want our pay raise.
Sure.
And I wonder if maybe some of the candidates weren't maybe running all that hard. We're not maybe quite as motivated to run.
That's a good point, and that plus all of the financial situations that we find ourselves in, it wouldn't surprise me if people they just didn't really want it as much anymore.
Right.
By the way, so we now have, I'm going to pull this up here for everyone to see. This is Lieutenant Governor's race. John is now leading by 2 points. Really, just kidding. I take that back. 1.2 points.
But it's 1.2. It's trending up.
It's trending up. So he's now leading on the vote count 162,000 to 157,000. So you can't call this race until it's not over till the fat lady sings, so to say. But it does seem to me that Rogers is going to win this.
Yep. And what town is not reporting here? Concord, St. Johnsbury, and Kirby.
We have 91% of towns voting now, folks. 225 of 247. So unofficial results so far, but we are, man, he is trending up, and it does look like Rogers might pull away with this.
Wow.
What are you finding out about Guy?
Right now, I'm just sort of trying to figuring, okay, if I were to write a brief story, which I'm going to before we get out of here, saying, okay, what happened? And Vermont is now a purple state.
Is that what you're writing right now?
Well, what
I know.
else can we assume?
I know. Walking away. I'm pretty blown away right now.
After last night.
I'm pretty blown away, guys. Nothing's set in stone as of right now. But as somebody who's been involved with a couple campaigns and elections and different things, I haven't seen anything quite like this so far in my life, Guy. And I've seen nothing like this in my life. I've seen nothing like this. I've seen nothing like this.
I haven't either. And I've been kind of following all this stuff for a long time. And the closest thing to it was the Take Back Vermont after civil unions. But even that, I don't think it was quite like this. I'd have to really look at the numbers. But no. No, this is a turning around how many years? Really, since the Dick Snelling era?
Since
really,
the 70s?
A 30-year slide?
I don't even know. I mean, my whole life, it's been going one way.
Yeah.
Now it's going maybe the other. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is a message I just received from August Murray, who is Andrea Murray's husband, and they have really, man, did they put on a campaign down in Windsor County. They really put up a fight. He writes, August here, we picked up 3 House seats in Windsor County. Rutland, Windsor, Kevin Winters. Windsor, Windham, Tom Charlton. Windsor 2, VL Coffin.
Yes.
We only lost Springfield, Windsor 3, Springfield, Windsor 3 by 21 votes. Keith Stern. We flipped all 3 seats.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So they didn't take the Senate the way they wanted to, but yes, they picked up those 3 House seats, and they came so close with Keith Stern. Wow.
Okay, so this is what Vermont Republican Party just posted. Results aren't final, but so far it looks like a great night for Governor Phil Scott and VTGOP. House 36 now up to 55. Senate 7 now up to 13. This breaks the supermajority in both chambers. Thank you to all the voters who backed the governor and reinforced his mandate. So that's what Paul Dame has counted.
Yeah. Okay. The last. How many? What's the vote count? How many percent is in?
91%.
What time is it? It's
11:34.
11:34 p.m. 91%, you said?
Yep.
91%.
91%.
How many vote of the vote?
225 of 247 towns reporting.
How many total voters?
Total voters?
Yeah.
I don't know how to see that, Guy.
Okay, you go to statewide.
Yep.
And then 356,306.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Uh, 8% of the vote counted Trump. Okay. Well. Guy, I'm going to cut the stream off.
Okay, let's close it out.
We should close it out. We should close it out. We're sitting here airtime.
Yeah, folks, thank you very much for listening. I will be posting something on the Chronicle website very, very shortly, summarizing this rather remarkable night when the end of for at least 2 years, the Democratic supermajority, the likely occupation of both the governor's and lieutenant governor's seat by Republicans, and it's not crazy to think that there will be major changes in both Senate and House leadership as a result of the votes tonight. Thank you for all tuning in. Keep watching the Chronicle for updates. And Paul, do you have anything you want to add?
Nothing to add now. I'm just want to thank everybody out there who's tuned in and participated and helped us get these results out there. You guys really, honestly, I mean, nothing's official right now, but I'm very, very happy with the results I'm seeing so far. So it's promising for the state of Vermont. As a Vermonter and a voter, I'm happy to see. As a journalist, let's wait till we see things turn out tomorrow.
Yeah,
so
that's well said.
I'm gonna be watching the Republican, or excuse me, the presidential I'll be watching that tonight. I'm gonna stay.
I'm gonna head home and watch some of that.
I'll be staying up. I'm because similarly, we went to bed and we woke up and it was different. And I think there's a lot of Americans right now who aren't gonna let that happen. So anyway, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. This has been live coverage of the 2024 general elections statewide and nationwide. Thank you so much for tuning in. Everybody have a lovely evening, and thank you so much.